I'm not disappointed.
1080 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan in the NFL, the Seahawks acquire a veteran pass rusher. They'll sign longtime Dallas Cowboy DeMarcus Lawrence to a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million in guaranteed money. The Rams released receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year vet. Releasing Kupp will save the team $15 million against the cap. The Seahawks are considered a potential landing spot for the Washington native. The Cowboys acquired defensive back Kaiir Elam from the Buffalo Bills, sending a 5th and 6th round pick back in return. In the association, the Blazers back on the hardwood tonight, hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. DeAndre Ayton remains out. Jeremy Grant doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. 2 more automatic bids up for grabs in college hoops tonight. Navy and American University squaring off in the Patriot League final at 4 o'clock on CBS Sports Network. Then at 8:30, it's the Big Sky Final, or the Final Four Starch Madness between Montana and Northern Colorado in Boise. That one at 8:30 over on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why
No.
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Hey.
What's up?
You know,
What are you guys doing?
just ready to sports.
What's everybody doing today?
Getting ready for that big Blazer Knicks game is what I'm doing.
Yeah, I was just listening to the sports snort there of Ryan Buckley, and I heard him say that the spread tonight was 4.5.
That's not too bad. Now
It seems a little low.
Well, there is no Brunson. He's out, which led you to be disgusted with the NBA because someone's always
Listen,
out.
I don't want to bitch about this again, but I'm going to.
Yeah,
He
go
actually
for it.
had a legit ankle injury the
Yeah.
other
I
day.
know
This
he
isn't
did.
a load management
but
deal.
is there ever a game where somebody isn't out? I mean, because
Not anymore, no.
when you look at the I don't bet the NBA, but if you did, that it's an impossible task because you have to wait to see the injury report?
Yes,
like
you basically have to wait until an hour and a half before game time every
game.
night if you want to do it.
Every game.
And it's a total headache.
So Grant is day-to-day, or is he...
He's doubtful tonight
doubtful.
with knee
What's
tendonitis.
his problem?
Well, he's got
God,
tendonitis.
What a bitch.
And he just came back for the first time in a while, and he actually had a pretty nice night, and now he's...
I was just kidding.
To be fair, too,
he's great. He's
they've
got an
lost,
alley.
4 in a row? So at this point, like
Love him.
the play-in math doesn't work. Like, you're not making the play-in.
Playing?
Well,
Playing?
remember
We're
they-
talking about playing?
Well, there was
Playoffs.
the new GM bro said that he didn't want to get in the way of the opportunity for the young guys to make a run at the play-in. But when you look at the numbers, the play-in's not happening. That kind of died here with this little 4-game. Was it 4 or 5 in a row that they've lost?
I don't know.
4 or 5.
Who cares?
So that's essentially done. So if that's basically off the table, you're not having that, then at this point, all you're doing by winning games is hurting yourself. So like the idea of getting a top 1 or 2 pick is gone, but there is a difference between getting a top 5 or 6 pick and getting the 10th or 11th pick. So for God's sakes, at this point, you've made your run, right? You proved your point. You had your growth and development. Pull the freaking cord.
And that's why with like this Matisse Thybulle thing, like he hasn't played in months.
Yeah.
Why even fire him up at all?
Exactly. DeAndre Ayton will not see the floor again this year,
whoa.
and he shouldn't.
Thybulle's my favorite Blazer.
Well, that's great. You shouldn't strap it on for the rest of this season.
No. So, like, if you want to play Klingon, fine. But what you have in Anthony Simons. Like, Anthony Simons does not need growth and development. It is time for Anthony Simons to
find
get
some knee tendonitis.
Exactly. Get an ingrown hair. I don't know. Develop migraines. Sit him. Tamani Kamara at this point. You know what you have. That dude is your defensive stalwart for the rest. Like, he is
generational talent.
He is a building block, generational talent, greatest Blazer of all time. Stop it. We need something. We need a sore back, right? Get a deep contusion. Sit down. Lose every game going forward. And while you won't get a top 2 or 3 pick, there is a chance with some ping pong balls and some losses here that you could end up with a top 6 pick. And that's better than picking 10th.
Magic Johnson.
There is 0, and I mean 0 sense to be made of trying to win games at this point. None.
Look at you launching into hot Blazer takes
There you
right off the top. Listen,
You're a
how
loser.
many times have we said that over the last?
We've
Well,
said
really,
it from the
3
beginning
years.
of the season when they
Yes.
started like
It's
4
been
and
3
4 or
years.
something.
3 years we've been saying this. It's a broken record. They're not listening to us. Forget it.
But they at least this year did the whole, like, for a while there, I thought the plan was going to happen. And I was like, fine, if that's what you're doing and you say, hey, we're trying to develop some sort of culture and, you know, whatever, and Chauncey's saving his job, fine. But that's over. It's done with. I think you're 5 back with how many to play? How many games have they?
Hopefully, none.
No, it is not quite there yet.
Damn it.
Damn it. So you just it's not happening. So pull the damn cord.
I have boob news.
Ooh.
I'm going to call you off the ball there. I'm going to make you go around that screen. I don't want to talk about this.
You're setting a hard
show you
pick
my
there.
boobs. Well, listen, we've already had enough Tumani Kamara talk for the month. So, whoa.
Porn, Dan, porn.
Whoa.
For yourself.
That was a misfire. No, I was. You remember yesterday when we were talking about the hat collection?
Yeah.
From MLB, the New Era hats that the Texas one had to be pulled because it spells Tetas,
Yes.
which is up tops in Spanish.
Yeah.
I have been reading today on internet that those hats, because they pulled those now,
Yeah.
those hats are going for big time money.
Yep.
Yeah,
On
saw that
eBay.
too.
Yeah, didn't someone spend a G on one of
Yes.
those?
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone spent $1,000 on a up tops hat.
They were $45 on Fanatics, and then they pulled them.
I think someone
because-
spent $950 on one of the Angels.
The Anals, yeah.
Anales.
Yeah,
Have they pulled that too?
Yeah, well, yes.
They pulled them all.
Yes, they pulled the ass hose.
Oh, see, that's the one. No offense to the up tops, but the ass hose is the best hat of those.
But the Mazers remains.
Yeah, you can still get a Mazers.
Yeah, somebody paid $950, as high as $950, not $9.50, $950 for that hat
Yeah, well, that's
on
that's
eBay.
that's something. I just
It would be cool though.
how much money do you have like that you're just literally pissing away?
Well, don't you think that would be cool to have that hat? I mean, I wouldn't pay $950 for it, but in hindsight, that'd be cool to have that hat. That's a good bit hat.
Is it?
Yeah, people do bits with hats now.
Huh.
That's a bit hat.
I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the doing bits thing. That's
Yeah.
not that.
Well, it's big in the golf world.
Oh, is
I don't
it?
know if you've noticed golf bros
Yeah.
wearing bit hats. You know, like they'll say like have
Yeah.
a day or
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, there's a company now called You Suck at Golf that I've seen some guys wearing, and I saw the other guy the other day. I saw a guy. He was wearing a golf glove, but like there was like a middle finger on it, and it's I've noticed that.
yeah, I
bros
saw one that
Doing
said
bits.
play golf fast or play bad fast.
Yeah.
You know.
Someone saying hat collector here, $950 doesn't surprise me. Okay. I mean, I suppose. The
Caddy issues is another one.
the
Pull out.
when
That's like the flag, you know.
when the Timbers had their controversy with, was it DeBella? Remember
that's right, yeah.
they had the DeBella jerseys, and then the DeBella got dropped by the Timbers for some sort of sexual harassment thing or whatever. I know those kind of became collector items. People were trying to get their hands on those because they pulled them immediately from the shelves.
Yeah. Anything they pull, people want them.
Yeah, you gotta.
I like big putts is another one I've seen.
I just
Legalized mulligans.
that has to be that's just.
It's just people
What a
doing
cute
bit.
little cottage
Look,
industry.
It's just cheeky. Yeah, the bros love it. Like if you go to a golf tournament, like go to a US Open or something,
Yeah.
you will see 20-something golf bros a little too drunk from IPAs.
Yeah.
They're all wearing something like that
Yeah.
on their head.
There is I got a buddy of mine whose son's a wrestler. And so after wrestling, I go watch him wrestle sometimes. And the wrestler bros now, they wear they do bits as well.
Yeah.
Like you get done pinning someone and then you put on a button-up shirt that says "I love MILFs," and I was like,
That's a thing?
"That's the thing."
I respect
I'm
it.
not sure what that has to do with any of
I don't
the
know,
wrestling, but okay.
Apparently, when you get done kicking someone's ass in high school wrestling, now you put on you're doing bits with shirts.
I've choked a kook.
So I do think that's a young man's.
It is a young man's
I think
game.
that's a young man's.
Like you
game.
and I can't be showing up with bit hats.
I've got a buddy of mine that enjoys bit T-shirts.
Well,
and
They
so
do like
does-
the Big Johnson T-shirts and
Yeah.
stuff
Well,
like that.
Jeff Rust is a bit
Yeah,
T-shirt
Jeff Rust
guy.
is a bit
He
T-shirt
pulls
guy.
it off.
Yeah, and it works for him. There's two types of people in this world: those that do bit clothing and those that don't. And I can't bring myself to, Big Wood T-shirt,
Right.
Big Wood Lumber Company. It's not. Doesn't work.
Another one that says I'd tap that.
Yeah,
Like tap in a putt.
My dad's a big joke T-shirt guy. Like he thinks a funny shirt is good, and it's not like the Big Johnson innuendo type stuff. But he wears T-shirts that say things like "Cremation is my last chance at a hot body."
Oh my god.
He has it in 3 colors.
Well, I mean,
Get the man a couple Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah.
Call it good.
He's started to, I guess, gravitate towards Tommy Bahama at the begging of my stepmother.
yeah, I'm kind of terrified as I get older to know if I just. Because right now, all of that stuff terrifies me, like to my core. And one day, will I just wake up and I'll be wearing a Tap That T-shirt, and I'll be like, "This is great."
You're past. You're out of the danger zone because you're older.
Well, but that's the thing is, I see a lot of old guys wearing bit T-shirts too. It's the same sort of guy that goes to the Oregon coast and buys a sweatshirt that just says Oregon Coast. You're like, what? Yeah, like I'll look at that. You go to one of those gift shops and like, who is buying a shirt that just says like,
Well, Lynch had one.
Yeah, I know, and it threw me for
People
a
from
loop.
New York buy that.
Yeah. They just come
But
to
what
the-
always throws
in
me
New
off is
Jersey.
when people buy the article of clothing and then wear it there. It's like
Yeah.
Rockaway Beach, and they're in a diner wearing a hoodie that says Rockaway Beach. I'm like, I know that you're in Rockaway Beach because I too am in Rockaway Beach.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Someone saying, Suka, I could see you wearing big dog clothing. No, but you know who did? My late father enjoyed some big dog clothing.
I had a couple big dog shirts growing up.
Yeah, we went to one of like the Troutdale outlets once, and better believe that one Robert N. Brown loaded up. They were doing like a BOGO sale at Big Dog Clothing, and he had like a 5-year stretch where he wore almost exclusively, if you can't run with the big dogs, stay under the porch.
That's right. You know who is a big dog person? Alex Crawford.
Yeah.
He became a brand ambassador for Big Dog.
Yeah, he's a hipster douche.
We need to get him on the phone, on the show.
Yeah.
I don't have his info, but we can probably find him on the internet.
like to
And
catch
Dusty
up with
probably
him.
has his info.
Speaking of a guy that his entire clothing was bits.
He was great.
Yeah, he wore a lot of like 70s blouses,
Big
stuff
personality
like
on that
big
guy.
personality.
Yeah. Chains.
Yeah. He probably has a chain wallet, it's same sort of thing,
All right. Well, nice to have you along. It's Wednesday, and you know that we bring it on Wednesdays.
Love our Wednesday shows.
We're known for that
Let's do
around
it.
here, so don't expect anything less today.
No. Expect
Expect hot. I mean, Suit came right out of the gate with blazer takes
Blazers.
because we're sports guys.
Well, actually, it was because you had mentioned the 4.5 point spread, thinking that seemed like kind of a tasty line.
It does, but I'm not going to bet
You're
it.
not going to touch it? Well, let's go to the line master himself. If someone's going to
Are you
have
betting
action
it?
on this Blazer Knicks game, it's going to be Ryan Buckley.
I haven't looked at the NBA tonight because I am so locked in on college hoop action.
Yeah. See, Buckley and I are dialed in. We got the players starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have TGL Tuesday, and we've got championship.
No TGL, remember?
Yeah,
next week.
Next
yeah,
week.
yeah.
And we got championship weekend college basketball. There's a lot of games going on, man.
Well, you won your big, your Delaware, the Blue Hens last night.
Blue
They
Hens
didn't
covered
win,
their business.
but they covered for Ryan Buckley, and that's all that matters. Not going to the tournament, but they're putting a couple shekels in your pocket.
Now we're going to see if Lamar can keep it within 13 against McNeese.
You bet on Lamar?
Yeah.
Lamar
They're
plus
catching
13
and a half.
Dude, that's stealing
insane.
money.
That's insane.
Stealing
It's
money.
obscene.
In a championship game, that is too many points. Even though this
It's
McNeese
insane.
team has some juice, they got that Will Wade slime bag as their head coach, and they're the team that has the cool team manager that comes out with the boom box and wipes the floors.
So do you? Yeah, I've read about him.
Vibes guy.
So do you actually research that, or you just look at the line and go, "That's too high," and then bet it?
No, I read something about all the games that I bet.
Nice.
Can't can't say that I can bring myself to beat on, or excuse me, bet on.
Whoa.
Can't beat on it, can't bet on it. McNeese State, yeah.
Gonna go blow some ducks?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm going to go ahead and leave that alone.
Whoa. Yeah, it's a big show. Seahawks got a couple bros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
That's free agency for you.
I'll just say this. If you are of the teams, because, free agency now we're kind of winding down. So I think if you're a fan of a certain team, you're either hitting the what the hell are we doing mode or the overly optimistic, oh my God, the final pieces are in place, or like the Ravens, you didn't do anything and you just know you're good. The Bills are in that category.
Didn't the Ravens just get Hopkins?
That means nothing. Dude, he is...
They got DeAndre Hopkins.
He has nothing left in the
Is
tank.
this 5 years ago? This is my point of like overly optimistic guy. We love name sightings. We're like, oh my God, they got DeAndre Hopkins. Dude, that guy's going to be like their fifth option on their offense.
What?
So whatever. I mean, the Ravens didn't really have any money. The Ravens are good. They're just kind of standing pat, and you're hoping you get healthy and hit on some draft picks. But for teams that actually went out and did things or needed to do things, like if I'm a Cincinnati Bengals fan today, I'm sitting there being like, what the hell? What are we doing? The Houston Texans, what are we doing? Seattle? It kind of falls in that category of what are we doing?
Filling some holes.
It's not total panic, but it makes me mildly uneasy.
We're also going to talk about old white men who hate TikTok dancing. We'll talk about that today.
The damn kids. I love that that's our major concern.
It's Division I football.
But we'll talk
no
first.
dancing in football.
We'll talk first about the two players. They may have gotten more. I only saw two.
Yeah.
The two players that the Seahawks are bringing in today. Next on the Fan.
Yeah.
Fine drop from yesterday. Rick Rizz getting hit in the head with a foul ball, baseball.
Did you see the Rick Rizz update?
No.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's wearing a batting helmet in the box now.
You're kidding.
No. Not, by the way, not doing
Not a bit?
That's not a bit.
No.
Wow.
No. He's doing games.
What?
Yeah, I'll show you. He's doing games now up in the
Is that to protect his... Is that to protect his toupee? Is that the most important thing?
He's an old man that got hit in the head.
Come on, dude.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, you don't need a helmet.
Maybe he does.
No, he doesn't.
I don't like that you are telling the great Rick Rizz what he
who's
does and doesn't need.
This is the old fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Or fool me once, shame on you,
Listen,
fool me twice, shame on me.
Here's what I would like to say. If you need a helmet to call a baseball game, you should not be calling baseball games. Okay?
I don't like this attitude. Like when the first base coach starts getting hit in the head, then they have to, they make him now put the helmet on.
Who's Rick Rizz's play-by-play partner? That's the guy who needs to protect Rick Rizz.
Just send a glove with that guy.
Yes, give him a glove. Be fine.
Look, he's got his little batting helmet on.
Is that a helmet?
Yeah, he's got a little batting helmet on.
Oh yeah, he does have a little helmet.
Yeah.
On.
I personally think it looks adorable.
What's next? He wears like ump gear.
Look, he's an old man, for God's sakes.
Vin Scully never did that.
Well, Vin never got hit in the head, now did he?
Well, it doesn't matter. He could have. He didn't care. He wasn't afraid.
Hey, have you ever been through what Rick Rizz? Listen to the trauma.
Did it get you? Yeah.
You've never had that happen. That's a traumatic experience. If Rick feels a little better putting the helmet on, I say we put the helmet on.
No. Do whatever you want, Rick.
I just saw that today and it made me happy. Like, in this world, we all need a little whimsy and we all need something that puts a smile on our face. And I'll tell you what, seeing Rick Rizz in that little helmet today made me happy. So whoever decided to slap that on his beautiful toupee and the best part, the glasses kind of halfway down and then the headphones on over it. It's a great look.
Well, that's the worst part is we are now forbidden from the toupee of the century.
Well, and to be fair, too, now you probably don't have to spend as much time on the toupee because you just throw the batting helmet on it and away you go.
What if he doesn't have it on under there?
Well, that's true because you can only see the side hair. Then I'll tell you what, then he's making sure, then that helmet would have like a chin strap on it because there's no way that thing's coming off.
Could you put the toupee on the top of the batting helmet?
God, I tell you what, he can totally redeem himself if he did that in the eyes of this host. That would be amazing.
I'm also going to defend the greatness that is Rick Rizz because in the land of toupees, right? And there's some wonderful ones out there. Stan Kroenke, I'm looking right at you.
There's a play-by-play guy. I think let's see. I'm trying to think of who it is. No, he's a golf guy that has just an awful one. I'll see if I can find his name. He's a commentator.
If you ever want to see what a toupee is, now he's passed away. But the owner of the Tigers and the Red Wings, his son runs it now. But if you don't truly know the greatness, look up Mike Ilitch. And that man, realize that man was worth $4 billion. $4 billion. And that's the best that Mike Ilitch could come up with. So the fact that Rick Rizz, I can't even look at it. Look.
Yeah, I remember him.
Look at that. I can't even look at him without laughing. So the fact that Rick Rizz, who does not have $4 billion, comes up with an age-appropriate, properly colored toupee every year, even though it gets bigger and poofier. You know what, Rick? Keep it going, man. Just shine on, you crazy bastard.
Go look at Terry Gannon.
Gannon.
He's an NBC golf commentator.
Yeah, he didn't he play on the NC State national championship team?
Really?
Oh, he's a younger guy.
I think so. Pretty sure.
Wow. Okay, didn't know that. He's a golf commentator. He has I mean, it is so bad.
Well, again,
it's like you're not fooling anyone. Yes. I mean, come on, man.
That's the part that amazes me is there's hair restoration now. You can do things. The toupee in this day and age that we're living in, the toupee is something else, man. You either you pull a me and just shave it or spend a few shekels and go get yourself some new hair.
He was a good call, Buck. He was on Jim Valvano's cardiac pack team. They won the 1983 national championship.
I'll be damned.
Terry freaking Gannon. Wonder if he was bald back then.
I don't think so. Yeah, I see him here.
He's 61 now. He looks
good.
I'll be honest, he's so young looking, I never noticed it was a rug because I just always assumed he was too young for it to be one.
That is an obvious rug.
There's a couple photos where that thing is sitting high.
I also feel like I don't see him very often.
Well, yeah,
I hear him plenty.
if you Google image him, his hairline is like, it's different in every photo by about 5 inches.
Yeah.
How do you suppose that happens?
It's I love that's like the Tom Brady's and the Matthew McConaughey's. They won't own up to doing anything, and then they're like, what are you talking about? And you look in their photos, you're like, man, like your hair moved like 7 inches. Your hairline, you're like, oh, completely natural. I know what you're talking about.
Well, we have blown a segment.
Well,
that's a blown segment.
I saw the Rick Rizz helmet, and I thought you would appreciate
blown coverage.
Well, that you started coming back with.
Yeah, I played the foul ball. I love this drop. I got to tell you, this is my. That is my new favorite drop.
You know what? You're not wrong for enjoying it.
It's amazing.
But respect the helmet that Rick Rizz now wears.
I did.
I want him to wear it at all times.
I respected the hair helmet. Okay. Well, now we have to go. We don't talk a lot of Seahawks here, really. I don't really know why. But we don't.
Sometimes.
Not really. I mean, sometimes, but not.
Seattle.
We're more like total NFL.
Yes. We cover a lot of NFL.
But we're going to talk about Seahawks
that action, boss.
again today.
Yeah. I can't.
More moves.
I'm trying to make a case for what they're doing, but it's...
I don't... If I were a Seahawks fan, I'd be like, I like the coach.
Defense looks
I like the 12s.
So I'm saying it's not panic and it's not excitement. It's just
they're not. They're kind of in the middle of of everything.
Well, and they win 10 games every year, so that probably is appropriate that their off season is.
I think they're going to win 8 next year.
Yeah, you're not. I don't. It's not a bad call. How about that?
But 2027.
Look out.
So the Seahawks got a couple new guys, and we'll tell you who those guys are, and we will talk about it coming up next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. In the NFL, the Seahawks acquire veteran pass rusher DeMarcus Lawrence, the 11-year Cowboys veteran, signing him agreeing to a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million in guaranteed money. The Rams release receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year veteran. Releasing Kupp will save the team $15 million against the cap. The Cowboys acquired defensive back Kyer Elam from the Buffalo Bills, sending a 5th and 6th round pick back to Buffalo in return. Meanwhile, the Blazers are back on the hardwood tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. It's a 7 o'clock tip-off. DeAndre Ayton remains out for Portland. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable in that one. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. A couple more automatic bids up for grabs tonight in college hoops. At 4 o'clock, you've got American University squaring off against Navy for the Patriot League final and an automatic bid there. Meanwhile, you have Montana at Northern Colorado. That one at 8:30 for the Big Sky Championship over on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The ultimate basketball party. 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, the Seahawks got 2 new guys today, and, it's classic free agency on both fronts. The first front is the wide receiver. Mm-hmm. So they replaced DK Metcalf with Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah. Like, if you wanted to buy, like, a nice chair, but you couldn't afford it, so you ordered one off of, like, Temu, that's kind of what you got here.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, so this one is like, okay, they filled a hole, whatever.
Well, he's an older...
He doesn't excite anyone.
Well,
and then the other one is a huge name that you go, whoa! And then you look a little closer and you're like, oh. They overpaid him and he's old.
So they got DeMarcus Lawrence.
Lawrence is the other
who
one.
At one point...
Yeah, dude, he was a badass.
An elite edge rusher. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's coming off a year where he was hurt.
And is it me or did they overpay that guy?
Well, but again, it's only $18 million.
It's a team-friendly deal.
That's a lot.
In guaranteed money.
Well, yeah, that's true. But it's $14 million a year or something?
Yeah, let me take a look. But only 18 is guaranteed. So I got to, always be careful when you see contracts. Because I think it's 3 years up to $42 million. He's not seeing $42 million. Now, if he turns into the DeMarcus Lawrence of old and, he becomes an all-pro or whatever, maybe he sees that. But essentially, this is a 1-year deal for a nice chunk of change. If he plays well, you can bring him back for his second year. He'll never see the third year of this. And sometimes when you are, anytime you're in free agency, you're paying a premium. You just are. I've always said this, when you're in free agency, you're playing third-tier players like second-tier players like first-tier players, because first-tier guys almost never hit the free agent market, or you're taking a risk. I do think that that's a little high, but obviously the fact that he got that means that other teams are interested, because when you look around this free agency class, there's just not a lot of edge rushers. There's just not a lot. I mean, Chase Young was one that everyone thought people would be interested in, but he re-signed back in New Orleans. So this was just one of those that don't get caught up in the number.
Yeah, he's 30. He'll be 33 in April.
I know. It's a flyer.
But he was at one time a super badass. And then as far as Scantling goes, I mean, whatever. Talk about a whatever.
Whatever. He just
warm body.
Yeah, well, DK Metcalf was what? He was a big physical guy that could run really fast in a straight line. And what's Valdez-Scantling? He's a big receiver that can run in a straight line. When he plays, he averages 22 yards a reception. So, you put him opposite. You're going to draft a receiver in the first 2 or 3 rounds to go alongside Jackson Smith and Jigba. And in this play action world that the Seahawks are going to live in with Cooper, not Cooper Kupp, but Clint Kubiak. This is why, it makes sense. He was in New Orleans, right? He's familiar with the system. He's going to have one responsibility. Hey, on play action routes, you run that way really fast. And on the off chance occasionally that someone doesn't cover you, we're going to have Sam Darnold throw you the ball really, really far, and hopefully you can catch it. He's a one-trick pony, and you're not necessarily a one-trick pony, but kind of a one-trick pony with a bastardized version of it that is whatever.
He's been on 5 teams in 7 years.
Yeah.
This is his 5th team in 7 years?
Yeah.
That's a red flag to me.
He's played in like 6 games and 8 games the last 2 years. But like I said, when he plays, he is a guy that can hit a couple home runs for you, and that's just kind of what you're bringing him in for. But,
Packer fan is in. He says when he plays, he drops the ball. So that's good. Whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever.
So he gets 1 year, $5.5 million.
Yeah.
He was with the Bills last year, and they cut him. And then he went to the Saints, and he actually did pretty good with the Saints towards the end.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have anyone else.
No, and like I said, he played in a system where play action, throw the ball over the top. He can do one thing well, and that's about it. I just, the DeMarcus Lawrence one, I can see, it's a veteran plug and play. And we've seen guys like this, Kyle Van Noy, Jadeveon Clowney kind of fit this mold. Guys that are a little longer in the tooth. Mike McDonald has had a lot of success with those guys in Baltimore. Where you just a veteran guy, and if you can keep him healthy, it works out for you. And he's a guy that's that's plug and play. You shouldn't have to worry about him if he stays healthy. The Seattle thing is interesting to me because when I look at what they've done this offseason, clearly they wanted to bring back Geno Smith, but not at the number that they were going to have to pay to bring him back. So you swapped out for Sam Darnold, which I think is a slight tear down from Geno Smith, but not a huge one. And clearly Seattle thought that too because they wanted to sign Geno Smith. They didn't want to get in the Sam Darnold sweepstakes. But whether it's Geno Smith or whether it was Sam Darnold, the one thing that Seattle had to do more than anything else is improve the O-line. And so far they've done absolutely nothing to improve the O-line. And that's the part that I kind of scratch my head at and say, regardless of what you were doing, and maybe the draft, right? Maybe you're going into the draft and you're saying, hey, we're going to get it there. But, you can find guards and you can find serviceable tackles in free agency. That is where you can actually find these. Like they were in on Will Fries, who was probably the number one guard, free agent guard. He ended up signing in Minnesota. Did you see why they didn't get Will? They wanted him to take a physical. And you can't take a physical before, the actual free agency period begins. And Will Fries was like, well, no, dude, I'm not going to wait around. This money goes quick. And he goes, but he was fine signing in Seattle. And Seattle was like, no. And so he ends up in Minnesota. That's kind of the frustrating part, is that if you're going to do this and you're going to sell us on the Sam Darnold thing, improve the O-line. It's just been too many years of Seattle with this weird bastardized version of trying to fix the O-line, and they spend draft capital on it, and they can't pick an O-lineman to save their life. And now you're rolling into a year where I think the interior of your line sucks and has continued to suck. Your right tackle can't stay healthy. You don't even know when he is healthy, if he truly is a real starting caliber. And you drafted Charles Cross, who his rookie year was a solid rookie tackle, and last year regressed. And that's your O-line. And I get you're bringing in Clint Kubiak, and his whole thing is the system's supposed to help the O-line. But how did that go in New Orleans last year?
Well,
and you have the most pressure-sensitive quarterback in the NFL in Sam Darnold.
Let's see who they draft.
Yeah.
I think is the big thing. And then we can bitch about their offensive line.
Yeah.
I did see that Demarcus Lawrence to Seattle makes Dak Prescott the longest tenured Cowboy. Isn't that kind of weird? I mean, I know he's been in the league a while now,
he's
but
been there for a while.
10 years?
Yeah. I mean, that's a long time on an NFL team.
Yeah, but, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of goes to show you the Cowboys have been a revolving door the entire roster since Dak's been there.
Yeah, turned over.
Not one guy is still with him.
Now I'm trying to think of who else.
Well, Lawrence. But
yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, now that Lawrence is gone, I'm trying to think of.
So Lawrence played his whole career in Dallas.
Yes.
He hasn't been anywhere.
Well,
11 years.
Zach Martin retired.
Yeah,
this
there's
year.
another one. Yeah.
How long's CD been there now? Because he was drafted by them, right?
Yeah,
CeeDee
CD
Lamb?
was drafted there.
It's got to be 6-7 years.
I was looking at.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of long-term guys there.
I was looking at who they compare Valdez Scantling to. The Pro Football. What is it? The Pro Football Reference. Hall of Fame monitor. He's so low he doesn't even register on.
Yeah, well, he's just.
Usually they have comps though.
Yeah.
Like I'm not talking about Hall of Fame. I'm just saying, like, who do they compare him to? He's not even in the top 300.
Well, again,
he's not a top 300 quarterback.
You need warm bodies.
Receiver, I mean.
Well, Hakeem Nicks is. I mean, you just got Hakeem Nicks, okay?
Again, you need warm
All
bodies.
right, let's look at DeMarcus Lawrence.
Well, I'm trying to think. So you got Valdez Scantling now. You got Bobo, and you got JSN. To be honest with you, look, I don't know who else is there. I'm sure they've got some young guys that were in the back end of that roster. I don't know who their other receivers are. So, well, now I got to pull up a depth chart.
37. Let's see. Lawrence. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got Jalen Darden and Derek Young. Don't forget Cody White. So, yes.
They'll draft somebody.
They're going to draft a lot of people.
So Lawrence's comps, Everson Griffin.
Okay. Nice player from Minnesota for a bunch of years. He had a psychotic breakdown.
Patrick Kearney and Carlos Dunlap.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah. Solid players.
Of course. Seahawks great. Carlos Dunlap.
Yes. Again, this is just in the line of what the Ravens do is they find aging vets and plug them in.
The Ravens?
Yeah. Remember Mike McDonald? This is
yeah.
The Ravens defense.
This is a Ravens bit. You're
This is
saying
a Ravens bit.
He brought this over from the Ravens.
Yeah,
Okay.
you find a veteran guy that you're not going to ask him to play 60 snaps a game, right? And you're going to fit him into a mold that works well, and they've had a lot of success with this. You can do this with vet players. You just don't want to build your roster with 32-year-old guys. And the same thing with the Valdez-Scantling. Don't pay 30-year-old receivers, but they're not paying him. It's a warm body to have. Lawrence is better than that. But if you're a Seattle fan and you think that the old Dexter Lawrence is coming through the door, that's on you. It's like if you think the old DeAndre Hopkins is coming through the door, that's on you. But he still can be an effective player.
I might head up there and see if they'll let me catch a few balls.
Hey, I like the Seattle defense. As much as the offense I can't say I hate the offense. The offense just scares me. It feels to me like they are saying that this new scheme with Clint Kubiak should be able to fix the O-line problems, and that scares me to death. Because what has he ever done to give the benefit of the doubt other than 3 games in New Orleans?
He's Gary's kid.
I guess.
All right, shove it.
But I like the defense. I do.
Sucker.
I think the defense is actually going to be. I think this is going to be a good defensive unit, and the offense just needs to not. They need to not be terrible, and I don't know where they're at.
The offense was ripping.
I don't think this offense is going to be ripping. I think you just need the offense to not rip S.
We have some lingering questions in the NFL.
Ripped his ass, quite frankly.
We'll put a bow on those and move on to old white men hating TikTok.
Yeah,
coming up on our show.
Well, I think old white men hate a lot of things, but TikTok probably is near the top of that list.
Some old white men.
Yeah.
And then others don't. It doesn't bother them. But boy, I tell you,
the ones that do.
Yeah.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Give that thing the frowning of a lifetime.
There is an unlikely coach who has banned TikTok.
You think this was unlikely?
Yes, a little bit. We'll talk about it. It is Isaac and Suk. That's who you're listening to. I'm Isaac and that's Suk. We are Isaac and Suk. That's the show on The Fan.
Guys being dudes.
The best basketball party is back. George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law presents Fan Madness, March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar. 80 The Fan.
All right, wrapping up some NFL talk here. We do have some pressing matters in college football to discuss in our next segment.
It's college football.
Like kids dancing on TikTok.
Yeah, can't have that.
No, we can't have that. Damn it, we can't have that.
Not at one school, you can't.
Well, I see where Russell Wilson is now heading out on visits because it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is holding the Steelers hostage.
Yeah.
They don't know what the hell's going on with Aaron Rodgers.
Sounds like Rodgers has three options at this point. The New York Giants, which, okay, and then the Steelers and retirement. Sounds like that's what we're down to.
But he hasn't made a decision. And so now Russell Wilson is saying, well, I'm going to go, because he's in Pittsburgh if Rodgers isn't. But then they're like, well, we don't know it's Rodgers' done. Surely they'd prefer Rodgers over Wilson.
Sure.
So Wilson is now saying he's going to go visit the Browns and the Giants.
Yeah.
Mr. Unlimited.
Again, there's not many spots open anymore. Most of these have been filled. But Pittsburgh, like, if you lose out on Aaron Rodgers, like, there just isn't another option. Like, it's bad. I mean, you're down to like the I don't know, Jameis Winston would still be out there for you if you wanted to.
Yeah, is he still out there?
Yeah, he's still out there.
Increase?
The man of increase has not been snatched up.
Bang, bang.
I think outside of that, I think they have Kyle Allen in Pittsburgh. Like, there's just isn't another one. So
yes, they have to get one of those.
They
two
don't
guys.
want to bring Russ back, but Aaron Rodgers is a little bitch. They may not have a choice if Aaron Rodgers.
Well, wait, who's their backup then? Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen.
Yeah, will be the backup to whoever they like, Rodgers or whoever.
Yeah, and then they'll probably draft one.
Do you
in
think
the draft or bring in a Matt McGloin type whatever?
Matt McGloin, Scranton Strong.
Well, there's always those
a Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, there's always those dudes that are floating around that you can sign to be your third string guy.
Gardner Minshew's out there.
Minshew posted a video today. He's got the mullet flowing like all the way down the back with the sides all tight, and he's doing like a workout video to Creed's Higher.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
That's brutal, dude.
I'd sign that based on the video alone. So do you think that it will be okay? So I think I know how you feel about Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
I know how Joey Harrington feels about Russell Wilson. I know how I feel about Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
But would it be at all funny to watch Russell Wilson flame out in Cleveland, or would it be more funny to watch Russell Wilson flame out with the Giants? Like what is going to be a funnier bit?
Cleveland.
Because we also kind of think the Browns are. Well, we think the Giants are a joke too.
They both are, but
Browns more of a joke.
Browns more of a joke.
So if after the Deshaun Watson thing,
to end up if you signed the worst contract in NFL history, and with an absolute scumbag, and then you've had this whole thing blow up in your face, and then you have to rely on Russell Wilson to keep your job, and then that flames out spectacularly. I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
That's good. Yeah. So so it's really teed up if he goes to the Browns.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like Kirk Cousins. Atlanta said they're going to keep Kirk Cousins as QB2.
Well, I mean, they got to pay him anyways, right?
You like that?
So,
You like that?
I mean, as long as and by the way, Cousins does appear to be a mature adult, right? He doesn't sound like he's going to be a bitch in the locker room. If it's that much of a dead hit anyways, and next year becomes more palatable. And what if Penix is terrible, right? I mean, Penix hasn't proven that he's a franchise guy, so that makes sense. We all assumed that they were just going to turn it over to him, but it sounds like they'll probably sit down with Cousins and say, hey, this is not a competition. Penix is the guy, and as long as Cousins is okay with that, then why release him?
This thing's so teed up, though, for Russell Wilson to go to, like, Cleveland and just, I mean, the Browns flame out again and just,
I know.
He sucks,
Yeah.
and they get, I mean, just, it's all right there.
It's all right there.
It's all about to happen.
And this is just how funky the NFL is, because a couple years ago with Cleveland, you had this emerging roster, and you had a franchise guy in Baker Mayfield, and he hurts his non-throwing shoulder, and you just decide to throw him out with the bathwater and go get Deshaun Watson. And I'll tell you right now, if Deshaun Watson was the Deshaun Watson of old, we all said the same thing. That's a Super Bowl type team. That's an elite roster, and you are signing a top 5 quarterback in the league under the age of like 26 years old. I get why they did it, but like the football gods were so angry with you for giving that absolute piece of dung $230 million guaranteed dollars that they just said, screw you, watch this. I still have never seen a collapse quite like Deshaun Watson. And since then, the Browns have just they've just imploded. So
It's a beautiful day.
wouldn't it just be the final, the cherry on top of
Yeah.
this just collapsing
It would.
franchise is to go with Russell Wilson?
Yep. They're a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Those two.
The Giants, on the other hand, I don't know. Like, I don't have anything against. I like Dable. It's just the end of the day, and this is true with Kenny Pickett. It's true with Daniel Jones. It's true with Deshaun Watson. I'm trying to think of who else recently that falls into this category. When you bet on a franchise quarterback and you miss, it's really hard to dig your way out. It just is. It really sticks you behind the 8 ball. The one squad that actually looks like they may have survived this is Denver. And give Sean Payton credit, because they bet big, and that thing came up. Now, he didn't, but the Broncos did. And Sean Payton came in with, again, a absolute albatross around his neck. And he got out from that thing in 1 year. And it wasn't bad. It was a playoff run. And now you look at Denver and...
Well, I mean, they paid it.
Yeah, they paid it.
He didn't get out from it.
No,
He paid it.
they paid it.
They just ate it.
They ate it, and they came out the other side.
But the Browns could have done that.
Yes.
And they didn't.
They didn't.
And they tried to keep going with Deshaun, and he keeps getting hurt, and he sucks anyway. It's like it's a mess.
Yep. Good organization, bad organization. Both horrible contracts. Both should have crushed you. One emerged the other side, and one right now is drowning underneath it. And that's the difference between good and bad. That's the difference between the Cincinnatis and the Clevelands of the world and better organizations that just seem to always find a way to come out.
One last question. The Vikings going with McCarthy, is that the deal then?
Yeah. Although, have you heard the scuttlebutt?
What's the scuddy?
So it sounds like J.J. McCarthy the landing deck is cleared for him.
He's the guy.
But, and I just heard this today, and this is
Tom Brady.
Reliable sources were saying that Minnesota is kicking the tires, and the tires are listening.
Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, are they? Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
For Rodgers.
Yeah.
Complete the Favre cycle, though.
Yeah, it would complete the Favre cycle. So they have said that they wouldn't mind a veteran presence for J.J. McCarthy. I don't want that veteran presence to be Aaron Rodgers, but they're exploring it. And supposedly Rodgers is listening, and maybe that, and it's just scuttlebutt, is that the thing that is holding up the Pittsburgh or New York? Because if Aaron Rodgers can get an insurance that he is the guy, that it's not a competition, because he's not going there to get beat out by J.J. McCarthy. So if he gets an assurance and a decent chunk of change that says, I am the starting quarterback, he would be dumb to not go to Minnesota over Pittsburgh or the Giants.
Playing a dome?
Yeah. With one of the better play callers in the NFL.
O'Connell's great.
And O'Connell would have to tell him that he's not running the Aaron Rodgers offense.
What's the Aaron Rodgers offense?
The Aaron Rodgers offense is,
chuck it up.
I'm Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going to check everything at the line of scrimmage, and I'm going to throw to the outside, and I'm not going to work the middle of the field, and I don't need it. Like it is Aaron Rodgers centered on everything, and I'm the maestro, and I control everything, and everyone has to be on my page, as opposed to a structured environment, because that's what Minnesota does, and they're beefing up their run game. So that might be the other one, is he might be sitting down there and Rodgers says, hey man, you want to come here? I would love to have you, but we're doing this my way, not your way. We're not throwing these little 3-step sidearm drops out to the outside. No. We're playing in structure here.
Yeah. What if they fire O'Connell and then make Rodgers player coach, player OC coach?
That'd be something.
Oh, that's because that's what he wants, is taking on more responsibility and accountability.
And GM.
I'll say this, whether it's Cleveland or New York, anyone that brings Aaron Rodgers in that lets him run the quote Aaron Rodgers offense is an idiot, and you're signing your own death warrant.
Mm. Hey, by the way,
what an idiot.
Buckley over there?
I mean, just stupid.
Yeah.
Lamar coming through.
Maybe.
No, it's not maybe. They're coming through.
It's not a lock yet here.
What's the score?
They're down 9.
Ooh.
2 minutes left.
Ooh.
Sweating this one out.
It was 4.
Big 3 coming.
It was 4.
Come on, baby.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
One time.
Did he miss it?
One time.
Yeah, but they got the offensive rebound. Another 3 coming. Got it. No, airballed it.
Oh, you thought it went in. God, I love betting.
True story.
Oh, we had a fracas.
Why do old men hate TikTok so much? That's next on The Fan.
The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan in the NFL, the Seahawks acquire a veteran pass rusher. They'll sign longtime Dallas Cowboy DeMarcus Lawrence to a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million in guaranteed money. They also add receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Green Bay Packers and the Kansas City Chiefs. Rams release receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year vet. Releasing Kupp will save the team $15 million against the cap. The Cowboys acquired defensive back Kyer Elam from the Bills, sending a 5th and 6th round pick back to Buffalo in return. In the association, the Blazers back in action tonight. They're hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. DeAndre Ayton remains out. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. And 2 more automatic bids up for grabs tonight in college hoops. Navy and American University squaring off in the Patriot League final in just a matter of moments on CBS Sports Network. Then at 8:30, it's the Big Sky final between Montana and Northern Colorado. That one at 8:30 over on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome. Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here? I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Second hour of Wednesday broadcast. Hello.
Love our Wednesdays.
We are watching closely as Ryan Buckley sweats out a bet on Lamar basketball
You're headed towards Turdville.
tonight. They are down 11. He bet them plus 13.5, I believe. Is that what is that?
That's the number.
Right. And
And you told me I had it.
there's a minute left.
I did not.
Well,
It's still
it's
in
close. Yeah,
It looked like a tasty little piece of
did.
action.
It did, but they have since crapped the bed, as it were. Yeah. But still a chance.
Hey, but they're taking starters off the floor on the McNeese side. So
It's good for you.
Yeah, that is good for you.
Hopefully,
You just need a couple garbage threes.
But see, what happens usually, though, is doesn't like the kid who is the bench warmer walk on at McNeese, he wants
they
to
let
get
him shoot or whatever.
Yeah, he wants to get some shots.
Yeah,
up.
but usually the other team's like best player can cook him once or twice before that happens. So, we'll see. Big three. No.
I don't know what the line was, but did you see the Pacers last night? Did you see
Oh,
the way
that was
they won
incredible.
game?
Was that a 4-point play?
That was a 4-point play. Like if you had the Bucks like on a money line bet or whatever. So
That foul was atrocious.
Yeah,
But the shot was incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of back and forth. Milwaukee's trying to hit some free throws to close it out. Dame hits 2 to go up by 3 with like 4 or 5 seconds left. Halliburton comes down from the corner and literally falling out of bounds, flings one up, and Giannis hits him. And he makes it and then knocks, and you're like, at least if you're a Milwaukee fan, you're like, the worst thing that happens is a tie. Wrong. He hits it. 4-point play. Bucks lose.
Wow. They lost by 1?
Yeah, lost by 1.
Oh, my God.
I think Giannis threw up a prayer down at the other end. It didn't go in, but one of the sillier plays that you will see. How do you foul on that, and how the hell did it go in?
Was it a foul?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he
Yeah.
clobbered him.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
clobbered
just too much momentum closing out the shooter.
Yeah.
But it was like Halliburton didn't even get to set up for a shot. He literally just started running to the corner and then kind of flung himself sideways.
Well, that's what made the shot amazing is that he's coming towards the guy who's passing him the ball, and he's going at full speed.
Yeah.
And he gets the shot up, and he keeps flying at full speed, like right towards the baseline.
Yeah, there's just no way
it's
that
incredible.
should go in, and yet it did.
Man, I like Halliburton. Nice player.
Yeah.
Right?
He was on the gold medal, the Redeem team or whatever the hell that thing was.
Yeah, unlike Jason Tatum, he embraced the fact
Yeah.
he didn't play at all, and he did the when you get an A on the class project and sat in the back doing nothing, holding up his gold
He
medal.
seems like a good dude.
He did. He was fun in that because he understood. He understood the role.
Yep.
Although the difference is, dude, Tatum had just won.
Tatum was a borderline MVP.
Yes, he was a borderline MVP. Had just won the NBA title and was the Finals MVP. And that's might be a little hard to realize that no one cares. Sit your ass down.
We'll get to our TikTok segment next. Do you want another? It's not really a bad beat, but I guess it kind of is. It's a weird beat.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the Pacers Bucks. Like if you had the Bucks money line,
Yeah.
that's a tough way to lose your money.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I don't know if you've been following any of the John Calipari stuff.
Not really.
Okay, so he's now the coach at Arkansas.
Yes.
And they're okay this year.
Yeah.
He's fighting to get in the tournament. I think they're in the tournament, but they've lost 12 games. They've had a couple injuries here lately. So he needs to win games in the SEC tournament. He played South Carolina today, fresh off of just 2 days ago saying he doesn't give a rip about the SEC tournament.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I don't care about it.
Okay.
And everybody's like, well...
But don't they kind of need
like,
it?
shouldn't
Well,
you
yes.
care?
Yeah, that's what... Everybody's like, well, why would you say that? You need to win games. And he's like, well, when I was at Kentucky, I didn't really care about it, which is why we won it so much. So, I don't know.
He's doing like a reverse jinx sort of thing. I don't care, therefore will care.
Well, he did another one today. So the spread on this game, get this, the spread on the game is 3.5.
I was on this game.
Who'd you have?
I ended up pushing it. I had
you
Arkansas
got it at
by 4.
You got it at 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I saw it, the spread was Arkansas minus 3.5. Okay. They are favored to win by 3.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
They win by 4, you get your money. They win by 3, you lose your money.
Sure.
Okay. We are at Arkansas, by the way, was up like 20 in the game.
Yeah, and even down the stretch, they were up like 11, 13.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it comes down to the wire. And Arkansas is on the free throw line. Up 3 with 2 seconds left. Okay, they're up 3.
Sure.
With 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
On the free throw line.
Yeah.
So if you bet Arkansas, you're like, oh my God, make this free throw.
Yeah. You just got to. Was it a 1-and-1 or was it you shoot?
This was the second of the. He already made the first.
Already
one.
made the first.
So he makes this.
It's over. You win.
It gets the because they're gonna chuck a 2-second prayer.
Yeah.
Okay, so Calipari tells him to miss the free throw.
No.
Yes, the kid banks it in.
which was an accident, but that's the right thing
Yes,
to do. You
yes.
make it a 2-possession game.
Yeah,
Yes.
Why would you miss it?
Well, because Calipari's thinking is,
The
and he says
rebound
he
and
has
you're not
done
gonna
this
get it
before. He's
off.
like, if you just leave it on that side of the court, they're not going to get a.
Well, but if you make it a
three-pointer.
4-point game,
I
they can't
know.
get 2 possessions.
Trust me, I'm with you on this. That's
my
a
God.
dumb thing to tell
There
the guy
is
to
some
do.
gambler sitting there right now just crapping his pants.
Well, and that was on the heels of their big man, like getting the ball, breaking the press, and then he did the thing where he tried to just throw the ball high up in the air to like let the clock run out from the 3-point line, and he got his crap blocked, like a blocked shot, and the other team went the other way for a layup.
I've been betting some college basketball this year. I've been watching a lot of it. It is bananas how much dumb crap happens
It's
in
Thunderdome
college
out
basketball.
there.
It is totally Thunderdome. These kids, some of them are total morons, and they have no idea what they're doing, and it's really funny to watch.
Well, and that's just college sports in general because the practice schedules the guys are so young and undisciplined. You don't get enough time to practice some, so you get this anarchy.
I mean, I think in basketball you can just see it more on TV. Like I'm sure this happens in football too. It's just you don't see it as much.
It's more obvious when something happens in basketball. I can't believe how many times in the NCAA tournament, the final 30 seconds, someone will come out of a timeout and seemingly with no plan whatsoever, and you're like, how? How did you sit in a timeout for a minute and a half and come up with that?
I have concepts of a plan.
Well, and you will watch some glorious gacs. I mean, teams will be
100%.
up 15 or 20 points. Yeah.
Did you watch any of that Gonzaga St. Mary's game last night?
I did.
Did you see their combined stats?
Yeah, that was ugly.
They made 1 3-pointer. 1. They were like 1 of 27 combined.
I will pull up. They were the first team ever. I got because
I think I saw this too.
Who Gonzaga?
To make 3% of their 3-pointers.
Gonzaga
and
had basically, it was the worst conference championship performance in history that led to a win.
Wow.
I'll pull up the stats because it was like, it's alarming. All right, here. Gonzaga is the only Division I team in the last 25 seasons, any game, to score under 60 points, shoot under 10% from the 3-point line, get out rebounded by 15 or more, and still win the game.
Wow.
Division I teams had been 0-121 over the last 25 seasons when putting up those numbers.
That's crazy.
And they won the conference.
Well, St. Mary's couldn't hit anything.
I know, but isn't it weird?
They
That's not
literally
even
hit 0-3,
not
St.
even a
Mary's.
conference. Like, just think about some BS conference game against Tallahassee JUCO somewhere, and you couldn't pull that out. And you did that against a top 25 team?
Yeah. I got to tell you, I was sitting there watching the end of that going, these two teams don't have a prayer in the tournament.
No.
I was looking at them going,
Yeah, my buddy went to Gonzaga. He's a big Zags guy.
Not
and even
this year.
this year, he goes, dude, I have spent so little time. Because he's like, this is not worth my time and energy to be disappointed.
Look at the Zags getting some KU vibes. That's how I feel as a KU fan. I'm like, whatever. It's all great.
Now they're both going on an Elite Eight runs. Watch.
I don't think so, man.
Well, he goes up every year and sees like the battle in Seattle. I mean, he's a big Zags guy, and
It's not their year.
He just is like, whatever.
Their offense is really bad. Other than Nemhard. Nemhard's pretty good. Oh, we got the cover. Ladies and gentlemen, Lamar covers.
Oh,
How about that?
9-point margin.
Only lost by 9. God, what a bet.
Hey, just remember,
What
good
a loss.
teams win, great teams cover. Way to go. The Lamar Cardinals?
Lamar covers. McNeese is headed to the big dance with
Who
Will
the hell
Wade
are the Lamar Cardinals, by the way?
and the coolest team manager in basketball.
Yeah, have you seen that?
No.
You got to look that up.
For McNeese?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's this bespectacled, shorter, I think, Indian man who comes out with a giant boombox and knows the lyrics to every rap song that hypes the team up. And he's kind of become this quasi mascot and internet sensation.
Now, I got to be careful, but when you're describing this, is this like a...
He looks like a team manager.
Is he a normal... never mind. You know what? I'm just going to shut up. I'm not even going to ask the question. I'll just look it up.
I know what you mean.
You know what?
I mean,
I would not say this is a charity type situation.
Like, I don't think does he have a radio situation going on? Are they going to make a movie?
I don't think they let him do this. I think this is something that he earned.
Okay. Just the way
I don't know about that.
The way you describe that leads me to believe that this is a special situation.
Well, go check out Amir Khan is his name.
He's great. He's got good vibes.
Okay.
It's all about vibes, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, March Madness is going to be... I love March Madness. It's so fun. You know?
Well, yeah.
It's the best.
Here on the Fan?
Some people say it's the best thing in sports.
Some people.
Well, I mean...
They would be wrong.
If you don't like college
great.
basketball, then it's not going to do anything
Well, the fact that you roll from the Final Four right into the first week of the Masters, that is greatness.
That is great. And it's just the format of the tournament, which makes it so much fun. Everybody fills out brackets and everything. But it's I will say the product in college basketball has gotten better because guys are sticking around.
Yes.
Because of NIL. So you will see, I think, for those of you who just watched the tournament and haven't watched the season, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at the level of play compared to the past several years.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Yes.
That said, you will see all kinds of weird stuff because it's the tournament and it's teams they choke and they can't play offense, you know, or you get a guy who's like, I don't know. It's fun. It's a funny watch. College basketball.
Well, it's the same thing as college football. It's not a good product.
It's not.
It's not. But
they're trying.
They're trying.
Bless their little hearts. They're
and
trying.
the format lends itself to interesting outcomes, and the fact that even the good teams go through the moments, as you said, where you're like, "What the hell?" It lends itself to upsets and being able to keep teams hanging around, and it's good. It's not like the best team just automatically walks through. So it's great.
All right, well, Lamar gets the cover. Ryan Buckley is hot. You can find his picks at 1-900-BET-BIG with 2 G's.
He's got confirmed information.
Confirmed information. He wants to go 5-0 for you.
He wants to. Otherwise, the season's free, even though it's probably free anyway.
Season's already free, baby.
Yeah.
All right, Old Man Hating TikTok is next on the Fan. Oh, hey. I don't hate TikTok. I love TikTok. Actually, I don't know anything about TikTok, but I don't hate it.
You hate something that you don't know?
Well, yeah, guys do it all the time.
Well, that's true.
People do it all the time.
You know what I hate? Crappy windows. I don't like it at all.
I hate that too.
I want quality windows.
Yeah.
Or
well, you know
windows.
what? My wife and I, we put our foot down and we said, nay, to crappy windows about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
We don't have one crappy window in our house.
You're living the dream.
You know what? I kind of am.
That's all you can ask for.
I'm a very
in this
lucky
world.
man.
Quality windows.
That's right. Quality windows. And right now, if you need windows, it is a great time to get them at Window Nation, where you can get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. You can also push that thing off if you don't have all the cash right away until 2027, because they're going to offer you 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. So pay nothing until 2027. So what you want to do if you need windows is call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Window Nation is great. They're the best in the business. They know what they're doing. They're very professional and stuff. And this is where you should get your windows. 2 free with every 2 you buy and pay nothing until 2027. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
More wins in the month of March than any program in the country over the last 15 years. My team is heading to potentially a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament, and there are still people in the fan base that want to fire that head coach.
No, there's not.
Yes, there are. No. They exist. One of them works here. Looking at you, Corn Pop. One of them works here.
He wants to fire Altman?
He is an anti-Dan Altman guy.
Fan.
All right, now to the TikTok story. TikTok is an app. The kids love it.
It was banned, and then it wasn't banned.
Oh, yeah.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Everything's computer.
I was going to ask what the latest is on that. I
think we're fine.
Yeah, why? What changed?
I don't know. The POTUS said that it was okay again, and who knows?
Okay.
So
is it still owned by China?
I believe so. Yeah, because the whole thing was
China.
It was owned by China, and then we were accusing them of like data farming, and we had like congressional hearings over it.
And the TikTok in the U.S. was different than the TikTok in China.
Yes, and so the idea was is that if TikTok were to continue, it had to sell to a U.S. company, or at least a non-Chinese company. And then that deadline came, and so for like a 48-hour period, I think TikTok was banned, and
maybe not even that. It might have been like 12 hours.
And then the POTUS came back and was like, everyone loves me, it's great again. And now we made TikTok great again, and it's
he saved TikTok after being the one who led the charge to ban TikTok.
So
I like that. Well, you know who is not having it?
Oh, I do know.
Rich Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Rich Rodriguez is back at West Virginia. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Mm-hmm. First year back.
Former coach at Arizona. Then he went somewhere else, and now West Virginia brought him back.
Well, he was in Michigan. He was at Arizona. And
Well, I know, but he went somewhere after Arizona, and I can't remember where it was. But he's resurrected his career. He did a good enough job.
You know what? It was somewhere strange. It was like Jacksonville State or something like that.
Jacksonville State for 2 years.
Yeah, he did a good enough job there that West Virginia's like, all right, fine, come back.
Yeah.
So he's back, and he has banned TikTok for his team.
Yeah.
He says his players cannot shake their rumps on TikTok because for you olds, you dance on there.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but there's a lot of dancing.
Yeah, that's a lot of it. Is
a lot of dancing.
So he said, here's his quote. He says, "It's like, look, we try to have a hard edge or whatever, and you're in there and in your tights dancing on TikTok ain't quite the image of our program that I want."
Yeah, and he does have a little bit of that Southern drawl.
Yes, he says he prefers his squad focus more on being a team. He says it promotes individuals, and he doesn't like that. He says, quote, "I'm allowed to do that. I can have rules. 20 years from now, if they want to be sitting in their pajamas in the basement eating Cheetos and watching TikTok or whatever the hell, they can go at it. Smoking cannabis, whatever. Knock yourself out."
Did he really say that?
End quote. Yes, these are real. This is not ball sacked. I had to look this up to make sure it was legit. This is from TMZ.
Well, I saw that he banned TikTok, but
Yeah, that's, I mean, could you be any more old man yelling at the clouds than that?
Yeah, could you be out of
He
touch?
added, quote, "I hope our focus can be on winning football games. How about let's win the football game and not worry about winning the TikTok?"
Wow.
End quote.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Yeah.
So they can just dance on Instagram, or they can...
No, I think that's out too. Once he sees that, he's going to be pissed.
Huh.
He's going to ban that. So you know who else did this?
What do you got?
Well, he didn't ban it, but there was another football coach who saw his players dancing on TikTok, and he only saw that because his daughter showed him something on TikTok.
Okay.
And she follows a lot of his players, and so he was like, "Wait, what is that?" And he's like, and his daughter was like, "Oh, that's so and so. You're a cornerback,
Sure.
doing bits."
He didn't like that.
He didn't like that, and so he now he doesn't ban them, but he has them do dance work. He has their strength and conditioning guy do workout TikToks. Matt Rule. So if I were to list the top 5 coaches most likely to ban players from TikTok, neither of those two guys would be in my top 5.
No.
So if you had Matt Rule and Rich Rodriguez, you're getting paid. I would have said Dabo Swinney, Brian Kelly, certainly Bill Belichick, and maybe a Kirk Ferentz or Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
Those would be the 5 that I think would...
Dabo would be at the top of my list because
It's a dadgum mistake.
Jesus would tell him that TikTok is evil, and he builds his programs on name, image, and likeness of the Lord.
Now, if you have 5 coaches most likely to embrace players using TikTok, who would they be? Because we know one.
Can I add one to your list? Your first list?
Yeah.
Mario Cristobal.
See, I debated on him.
He's down in Miami.
He's in Miami.
He can't.
Really?
No.
He's got to let
such
that...
a hardo.
Well, I think in an ideal world, I think you're right.
But he would.
But at
circumstantially,
Miami,
he can't.
I think at Miami he cannot. I think it's too. It's
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it's
cultural.
It's too cultural. Lanning would embrace TikTok. I think Lane would embrace TikTok. I think Sark,
I had those 2 on my list.
Lane has been on TikTok with his daughter.
Yeah, Sark would embrace it. I bet you Dion would embrace it.
He did because
Yeah.
Travis Hunter and all those guys were on there.
I could see that. Well, it's one of those things, dude.
Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, if the kids like it, it's really hard to draw a hard line. Although it was. I remember this was a number of years ago when TikTok really started to blow up. I think it was Texas. The Texas players got together and they were doing dance videos in the locker room, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, if you tried to do that, like when I played, someone would beat your ass. Like that's just, but now it's just, it's what they do. It's what they do.
Like, why is it such a thing
It's not.
with these old guys? I mean,
don't
it's
know.
like, dude, wake up.
Because it's not what it is the least manly thing. The idea of football players in that Texas video dressing up in skin tight spandex suits, basically, and then doing little choreographed dances with each other. I'm sorry.
What?
That is the least manly thing. My offensive line coach, who was the saltiest, oldest man, he would call you a homophobic slur and then like hit you with a bike chain if he saw you do that. And that's just a lot of football, man. There's
I'm
still
gay,
that.
I'm gay, I'm gay.
There's still that very. What did Rich Rod said? He wants an edge.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of homophobic edges when it comes to football, and you have to be manly. And TikTok, you just can't think of anything less manly than dancing.
In nature, football is like the gladiator warfare sport, right? And then you talk and you throw choreographed dance in behind it. It's like saying that like Greco-Roman wrestling and synchronized swimming should go together. They don't.
They don't?
I'll find a clip. You don't know, you never got into fighting or UFC or anything like that.
No.
There was look up Don Fry.
Fry?
Yeah. Just do yourself a favor and look up old Don.
The industry pioneer in UFC,
yes,
Bellator, and all things MMA.
Yes. If you were to take an American flag and
he
give
looks
it
like Burt Reynolds
and give it a S ton of steroids,
or not Burt Reynolds. Burt Reynolds.
Do you want to go Burt?
No. Who's Magnum PI?
Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck. He looks like Tom. He looks like bloated Tom Selleck.
If Tom Selleck was on a ton of steroids. Don Fry, I believe, is made out of iron. I don't think he was conceived. I think he was forged. And there is a great clip of Don Fry that circles around out there where he talks about men today, and he brings up TikTok and the dancing thing, and there's just those guys,
the Neanderthals.
Yeah,
man.
There's an edge to them that they will never understand. Men not being, quote, men.
And also who's in charge of your penis.
That was a drop. Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find the Don Fry quote for you because it's great. It's recent. He's wearing a cowboy hat and he's just up there and he's not happy about today's metrosexual men.
Yeah. The world is passing guys like that by, and they grasp harder and harder and harder. It's so sad.
Well,
they're just like they're like insecure. Like what's funny about that to me is that they're supposed to be like the traditional, like their idea of man is tough.
Yeah.
And yet they're the exact opposite because they're so sensitive about that, right? It's like you're not tough at all.
Yeah. There's an ultimate irony there.
The ultimate irony is you reek of insecurity.
You want to do the like men who act like men thing, but by acting sensitive about it, you're being the opposite of what you think people should be.
By acting tough like that, most people look at that and it's an eye roll because it's like, oh my God, who harmed you as a child, right? Like you're just a little baby inside. Yeah. But they don't see that.
No.
And good luck convincing them of that.
And you won't. And so you don't
Not
try
that you need to.
Well, that and I wouldn't try to convince Don Fry because I think Don Fry is like 65 and would still rip my spleen out. There's just guys like that just came from don't we all know that grandfather that fought in a couple wars and it was a different time and they were forged a different way.
I have something for you here. You said Dabo Swinney would not be on TikTok. The text line reminding me he was on TikTok and we even have audio of Dabo doing a little nursery rhyme on TikTok.
Okay.
Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. Coach Sweeney's got that drip, and now he's on TikTok.
That didn't even rhyme.
Not really.
Hey, but you know what? I give him a credit for trying.
Do you?
Yes. Yes, at least he's not Rich Rodriguez. There's nothing wrong with kids dancing on TikTok. They're kids. This is how they communicate. This is what they do. Yeah. They're trying to get chicks, man. Or other dudes, whatever. It's 2025.
I hate ass. Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that see the world through the Don Fry lens and they think it was a better world back then.
Yeah, all right.
The whole movement.
Good luck with
where
that.
men acted like men.
That's right. Where the men were men.
Go watch Yellowstone, okay?
Well, that is why that was the #1 show in America.
Exactly.
You asked why that show was popular.
It allowed men to feel like men.
Right there.
Right there. Yeah.
All right. Up next in the news, guns, man. Speaking of that guy, Don Fry.
Oh, yeah.
Like him some guns, probably.
Don likes
Got to have guns to show that I'm a man.
Actually, I don't think so. I think no one has ever looked at Don Fry and thought to themselves, that's not a man.
That's next on In the News. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan in the NFL, Seahawks acquire veteran pass rusher DeMarcus Lawrence. He'd spent the last 11 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys. It's a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million guaranteed money. The Seahawks also signing former Packers and Chiefs receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, helping fill the void left by DK Metcalf being traded to the Steelers. The Rams release receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year veteran. Releasing Kupp will save Los Angeles $15 million against the cap. The Cowboys acquired defensive back Kyer Elam from the Bills, sending a 5th and 6th round pick back to Buffalo in return. In the association, the Blazers back in action tonight, hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. DeAndre Ayton still out. Jeremy Grant doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. And 2 more automatic bids are up for grabs in college hoops tonight. Navy and American University squaring off right now in the Patriot League final over on CBS Sports Network. Then at 8:30, the Big Sky final between Montana and Northern Colorado. That one over on ESPN2 at 8:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Well, if Don Fry knocked out your spleen,
yes,
you have someone you could call.
I will tell you what, if Don Fry approached me, he's one of the men in the world where I would go into my patented Brock Lesnar defense, which is curl myself up into a ball, suck my thumb, and start crying, and hopefully he'd be so disgusted with me, he would leave me alone. If he doesn't and he starts kicking me, that's when the next plan of the Brock Lesnar defense comes in, and that's to record the whole thing and then call Donegan, because you're not allowed to do that. Don Fry can't walk up to me and decide that I'm not a man and then just pummel me into the ground without repercussions.
Yeah, Ken and Donnie, they're not afraid of Don Fry.
I don't think Donnie's afraid of anybody.
No, and I don't think Ken is either.
No, they're both terrified. They're the courtroom Don Fry.
They'll sue Don Fry's little shrivelly steroid balls.
And I'm going to win that cowboy hat and mustache in the lawsuit, Don Fry.
Yeah, the advocates are great. If you're injured by Don Fry, or anyone else for that matter, call Donegan. They don't get paid until you win. They're great. Consultations are free. No risk in calling them. So look, if you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Visit their website, advocateslaw.com.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Granger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right. What are you guys doing out there? All you high tea bros.
I would love to see you. Do you have the Don Fry thing yet, Buckley?
I do not have it yet. I will have it in a matter of moments.
Yeah. I would love to see you and Don Fry sit down for like a nice meal.
No, believe me, I know Don Fry.
I've
never heard of Don Fry, but
Yeah.
there are a million guys like Don Fry, and they're all the same.
I would love to just see that interaction and you two try to find some sort of common ground.
God.
You and Don Fry's mustache.
His high tea. Should I tell him about my high tea idea?
I would love to hear Don Fry's reaction to your 33% less tea in men.
The world needs 33.6 less testosterone.
Yes.
If low T is always such a bad thing, which it is, why do we not talk about high T being a bad thing? Because I give you Exhibit A, Don Fry.
This guy on the text line, Don Fry's mustache has more testosterone than my entire body. Don Fry looks like he consumes a pint of ram's blood from the skull of his enemy for breakfast every morning. Yes, he does. And he was known as the Predator.
This is in the news, March 12, 2025. Oh, I screwed that up.
Yeah. March 2025. This is
time for In the News.
Hey, March 12th.
March 12th. Yeah.
What did I
In the
say?
year of our Lord,
March 2025.
Oh my God, how many ways did I screw that up?
That happens to
Can we start over? Start over.
You can.
Can you turn that off, please? Please.
And it makes me sad.
It is March 12, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your newsman. Hello, thank you.
So much better.
Thank you.
We'll edit that out for the DVD.
Yeah. Yes. The commemorative DVD of today's program. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is Girl Scout Day.
Oh. Not Girl Scout Cookie Day, just Girl Scouts?
Yeah, this was like the day they were founded.
Can I ask, do the Girl Scouts do anything besides sell cookies?
I don't know.
I
don't know what's going on with the Girl Scouts these days.
I think the whole thing's a front just to sell billions of dollars worth of cookies, but none of my daughters ever did Girl Scouts. I don't know anyone that did Girl Scouts. I just know that they sell very mid cookies, and then people make you feel guilty if you don't buy them.
There's also National Milky Way Day, like the candy bar.
All right.
Good little candy bar.
Yeah, look, I've never gone out of my way to have a Milky Way bar, but I wouldn't turn down a Milky Way.
You know what the worst thing that ever happened to the Milky Way bar is?
The Snickers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason, they were a bit like Coke and Pepsi, like they were just sort of compared to one another.
Yeah.
And of course, Snickers is a superior candy bar.
Sure. They're identical, except one has nuts.
But they taste different. I mean, Snickers is more popular than Milky Way.
Yes.
It is, but the only difference is that Snickers has peanuts.
No, you're completely off on this.
Don't they both have nougat and chocolate and caramel?
They taste nothing alike.
Because of the peanuts.
No.
Yeah, I'm with Sook on this.
They both have caramel, but the Milky Way has some sort of, I don't know, the Milky Way has some sort of weird fluff to it.
That's the nougat.
Yeah, but the Snickers, they don't taste this. If you added nuts to a Milky Way, you would not get a Snickers bar.
You'd have less nougat.
That's weird. I can't tell you the exact difference, but they're not the same.
Mounds and Almond Joy.
Yeah, that is not the case here. Are we all looking up the difference between Milky Way and Snickers now?
I think that's what we're doing. We're all Googling if you're wondering.
I'm not. I'm standing by it. Until someone disproves me.
Yeah.
It's America. You have to prove
Both
that I'm wrong
bars
first.
share a similar base of nougat and caramel. The addition of peanuts and a Snickers gives it a distinct crunchier texture and nutty flavor compared to the smoother Milky Way.
I'm also reading here that
That sounds like exactly like what I said. Same thing except peanuts.
Milky Way also is the only one with malted barley in it.
Yeah, the Milky Way has a distinct flavor to it that the Snickers does not possess.
Must be the malted barley that everyone's after.
Yeah.
The nougat is just different. If you're saying that it's only the nuts that are, the nougat is different in the Milky Way versus Snickers.
Yeah. Because the Three Musketeers also is a nougat centered
That's
bar.
nougat only.
And again, I don't even know what nougat is, but those all have very distinct.
Let's look at that.
The nougat's the fluffy stuff.
What is nougat?
I know, but what is it?
It's basically like a chocolatey mousse, kind of, but it's like has more staying power than a mousse.
It's made from sugar or honey, whipped egg whites, and nuts.
I know that the Milky Way is a fluffier nougat than the Snickers. The Snickers has a compact nougat, whereas the Milky Way, it's very fluffy. Don't even get me started on the Twix.
Glad we covered that.
That is the Cookie Crunch.
Guns, man.
Guns?
Yeah, I got a gun
What
story
are we doing with guns?
for you Oregonians.
Yeah. What if you're a Washingtonian?
What do you guys call the
I don't know.
gun toters up there in Washington?
No, I told you I saw a sticker the other day that said Washington.
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 Yeah, Oregonian and Oregon and Washington.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It exhausts me.
A controversial gun control law has been deemed constitutional in the Oregon Court of Appeals, effectively lifting the hold on gun safety protections in the state. Of course, we approved Measure 114.
That was the one that limited like magazine sizes and all that, right?
But it was quickly placed on hold due to a circuit court judge's ruling that the law violated the state's constitution. Oregonians brought this measure to the ballot. They passed it, and it's the gun lobby that brought these lawsuits forward, says Jesse Marks, the executive director of the Alliance for a Safe Oregon. We intend, in partnership with all the folks who have worked on this issue, to see Oregonians' wishes through. So,
well,
so Measure 1, just if you don't know, 114, the Reduction of Gun Violence Act requires that someone must have a permit as well as completed criminal background check before buying a gun. In order to receive a permit, one must complete a gun safety course and prove they're not a danger to themselves or others.
Which all seem like very reasonable steps to own a weapon of
If
destruction.
you oppose this, you're a jackass.
But trust me, if you bring it up to Gun Guy is going to give you about... Wait, here comes the text.
No, but this is really what I've never understood. Why does Gun Guy want someone irresponsible to get a gun?
Well, Gun Guy's about to tell
Here
you
comes
because
Don Fry.
Don Fry is going to come in
Here he
high and
comes.
tight on this one. Don't tell Gun Guy that he has to take a safety class. They all have a million reasons, and trust me, you don't need to have gun conversation with Gun Guy because there is nothing you're going to do that is going to dent the fortress of solitude that Gun Guy has. It's not happening.
The law is expected to go into effect in 35 days. However, the law's challengers, including the Gun Owners of America, can further appeal the law by bringing it to a higher court.
Yeah. Don't ask Gun Guy why he needs a magazine with, like, you know...
Because it's my right.
90 bullets in it, or, you know, because it just you do. When they breach the north perimeter, damn it, you don't need to reload. I just keep firing.
Let's watch Cal Stanford.
I got the Red Wings Sabres on right now.
Yeah, who cares?
We're in the middle of our playoff lives right now, and I believe we've lost like 7 in a row, so I care. We've decided to suck again. And I say we because I'm back to hating this team.
Southwest Airlines is ending its free checked bags operation.
Yeah, they were the last ones. They're the last holdouts.
Yep. They're now going to charge you.
So now, like, Southwest has nothing unique in that you get an assigned seat and you had to pay for your bag.
Yep.
So you're just like the rest of the jackass airlines.
54-year history. They have always had free checked bags.
Yep.
No longer.
Boy, I could not tell you the last time I flew Southwest Airlines.
And I think they're doing away with the whole seat yourself thing too.
Thanks for paying attention.
Is that what that started with?
Literally, like
the great Ryan Buckley.
Ryan Buckley, everybody.
Ron, are you paying attention? Nope. Were you listening to the dude's story?
Dude, those are my favorite Ryan Buckley. Those are even better than the ball sack moments.
Well, not only that, but it's like he's right there. I can see you. You're clearly listening. You're not doing something else. You just spoke. You weren't listening.
I was thinking about this last night. I likened it to being at a bar with people. Like, I was in the conversation, and then I went to get a beer, and then I came back, and I clearly just didn't.
But you didn't go get a beer. You just said something 10 seconds ago.
I love it. Hey, did you guys know they're doing away with those seats? Yeah.
One industry analyst, Henry, of Atmosphere Research Group, said, "This is how you destroy a brand. This is how you destroy customer preference. This is how you destroy loyalty. And this is going to send Southwest into a financial tailspin."
Well, I will ask the question. So Southwest doesn't pop up on any searches, right? You have to go to Southwest to book.
Right.
So I don't know about you, but I almost always book flights on search engines. I'm not one of those guys that's loyal to Alaska or whatever. I book off of travel sites. So you've already made it harder for me to find your flights. And now I still have to do the assigned seat thing like everyone else. And you don't have the whole check bag. So why am I taking the extra step to search for Southwest?
Yeah, I think that the idea with Southwest has just been budget.
And it's really not any cheaper.
And it's not.
Believe me, because every now and then I'll be like,
sometimes it is.
I've been like, hey, I should, the last handful of times that I've been like, hey, I should check. I hate the Red Wings so much. I'll be like, hey, I should check Southwest. It's never any cheaper.
No.
Ever. Spirit's cheaper, but then you're on Spirit.
There are times where it is cheaper, but it is few and far between. I'm with you on that. And sometimes they offer different legs times that are better for you depending on where you're flying. But yeah, it's no, I don't know. I think Southwest sucks. I've always thought Southwest sucks. Alaska is way better than Southwest. Yeah. And it's not even close.
So I just don't know what Southwest the shtick is anymore.
May God bless you.
Hey, Buck, do you know they're doing away with the seats?
I was going to ask if you heard about their seating policy.
Did you hear about the seating policies?
Groups A,
hey,
B,
I
and
think,
C.
too, I think the free check bags, I think those are going away.
Yeah, they used to allow you 2 free check bags, and now not anymore.
Somebody said Southwest now pops up on Kayak. Did you know that?
I did not.
I don't ever use Kayak. That's a search engine, but interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Is Southwest used to have to go book directly at Southwest.
Yeah. And I'd always check Southwest just to see.
I used to, and then I just stopped because I literally haven't flown Southwest in 10 plus years.
Hey, don't hold a measles party, okay?
People, no.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, boy.
Very much a thing. That next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
St. Mary's can't even get a shot off. Battle! 2-on-1! Lob! Johnson!
That was a nice play. That was a little alley-oop there for Gonzaga, beating St. Mary's in the West Coast Conference Championship.
I believe the 20th conference title for one Mark Few. That's all that guy does.
Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy, and you can get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule a free in-home estimate.
The best basketball party is back. Duke on 1080 The Fan.
What?
All right, this is in the news, March 12, 2025. Time for one more story for you. And for those of you holding measles parties, the Oregon Health Authority says don't.
I love how we've gotten so dumb that we're now bringing measles back and like we're encouraging measles.
Yeah.
This is where we're at.
5 years ago, I remember kids in Alabama having COVID parties, thinking it was what we should be doing.
Now, you being a father of young children, have you been catching wind of any cool measles parties for your kids?
Not any cool ones, no. Just the kind of lame ones
Just the
where
dumb
it's
ones?
like the people we don't really want to hang
We're
out
just
with.
bringing back eradicated diseases. Can't wait till polio comes back. Let's go.
I think-
Hooray.
It's not great.
I don't like your cynicism. Turn that frown upside down.
We're just, I can't believe how dumb.
Got a new POTUS. We're making America great again.
How dumb we're all getting.
I love Tesla.
I do too. I love Tesla. I'm gonna buy one, I think.
Everything's computer.
Support my guys. Everything's computer.
I could see you in one of them Cybertrucks. You'd look great. Get out there, buddy.
The Oregon Health Authority is warning families to not host measles parties to intentionally expose their children to the contagious disease.
Do we really need to
Similar
tell
to the
people to not get the measles?
Similar to the concept of a pox party, a measles party brings a group of children together to intentionally expose them to infectious diseases like chickenpox. However, the OHA says measles, dangerous.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, extremely dangerous.
Yeah, a little more serious than the chickenpox.
Especially for children younger than 5. At worst, the virus can cause brain swelling, pneumonia, and even death.
Yeah,
You had me at brain swelling.
Yeah, we had someone die in Texas not too long ago over this.
There's even evidence that measles parties combined with low vaccination rates helped fuel a measles outbreak in New York City back in 2019.
Hooray!
The concept has recently gained traction after Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican representative from Georgia, put out a message about measles parties on X.
I'm glad we're taking our tips from her.
She said they used to have measles parties, basically get all the kids together so that they all catch it and develop immunity. Then, when I was a kid, they did the same thing with chickenpox. Now, they demonize parents who refuse to vaccinate their kids. But the OHA says kids should instead build immunity by, getting vaccinated.
Yeah. I'm going to refuse to comment on this. I'm just going to shut my mouth. It's not going to end well.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
Oregon saw a total of 31 measles cases across 7 counties in 2024. That's not very many.
No.
But that's the largest outbreak in the state since 2019.
Hopefully we're smart enough to realize that we don't need measles. Again, we've eradicated it. It's over. It's done with. But no, we need to bring it back.
As the text line said, making preventable diseases great again.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Thanks to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Make America great,
State
bitch.
for the record, if you're taking any life advice at all from Marjorie Taylor Greene, shame on you.
Why?
That's all I'm saying.
What's that about?
She is space laser fame.
Shame on you. The same lady that believes that the Jews are burning down the forest with a laser. That's 100% real.
They're not?
She believes that. And we elect this woman.
I didn't.
That woman is a member of our government, our ruling class party.
What state is she from?
Georgia. Rural Georgia.
I tell you ever been to rural Georgia? Oh. It's different down there, man.
Apparently they believe that the Jews control a space laser that purposely burns down California forests so that the Jews can then seize the land and develop it.
Well, and the libs control the hurricanes, right? Wasn't that one of the other ones?
Yes. Also, the liberal Jews also have weather control machines.
Yeah, but that's a thing, though.
Clearly. But don't worry, they only use the hurricanes on the Republican folk.
You guys are such snowflakes.
Clearly.
Unbelievable.
No, it's unbelievable that she is a member of the government.
That's your in the news for March 12, 2025. It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. We have scores. We have Seahawks news. All next on The Fan.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Granger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the fan, in the NFL, a couple signings for the Seahawks. They acquire veteran pass rusher DeMarcus Lawrence. They're going to pay him $42 million over 3 years. $18 million of that is guaranteed. Seahawks also add former Packers and Chiefs receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, helping fill the void left by the DK Metcalf trade. The Rams release receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year vet. Releasing Kupp will save Los Angeles $15 million against the cap. Cowboys acquired defensive back Kaiir Elam from the Buffalo Bills for a 5th and 6th round pick. In the association, the Blazers back in action, hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center tonight. DeAndre Ayton remains out. Jeremy Grant doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. And 2 more automatic bids are up for grabs in college hoops tonight. Right now, the Patriot League championship is at halftime. American University with a 9-point lead over the Naval Academy, 37-28. And at 8:30 tonight, the Big Sky final between the Montana Grizzlies and Northern Colorado. That one is at 8:30 over on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Rodden.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday.
Love our Wednesdays.
I know we are. My name is Isaac, otherwise known as Isachi. Sports Bros here. Big Six right over there.
Right here. Otherwise known as just me.
Otherwise known as Jace.
Yeah.
We call him Jace.
Podcast tough guy, radio funny man, you know.
Some people call him Zook.
Known by many names.
Ryan Buckley's over there, half listening to the program.
Ryan, are you paying attention? Nope.
He's on a roll lately. He's not the best in the business.
Back-to-back day is pretty good.
Not the best in the business for nothing.
And by pretty good, I mean pretty bad.
Pretty good.
Coming up this hour, the hardest franchises to be a fan of. There is a bracket. Also, we have a segment titled Bottom Line Their Ass, Virginia Tech Edition.
Oh, kind of excited about this. When's the last time we talked about Virginia Tech?
Never.
I ate ass. It's been a while.
We have the biggest disinformation campaign in U.S. government history, and there's a new documentary about it.
Does it involve a Jewish space laser?
And it is, well, no, but close. And it is...
Azerasians.
Turning heads at South by Southwest.
All right. I'm intrigued. I have not heard about this.
Well, you will.
I do want to go to South by Southwest one of these days, though.
Well, get after it.
It'd be kind of fun.
We also have a story of a Tennessee man who is worried about his marriage.
Aren't we all?
And we'll tell you why. I feel like that's enough to tease. Oh, nope.
Nope, one more?
I have one more.
Your golf bets.
No. Although we are merely filler until the Players' Championship begins tomorrow morning.
More of a TGL man, but, you know.
Well, good thing for you. The playoffs are coming up next week.
Thank God.
We have a basketball party coming up.
This whole week without TGL has been rough.
It has been rough. I can feel it in your mood.
It's just not the same.
So,
It makes me sad.
Get this. This is crazy. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law presents Fan Madness.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So what you're going to tell me
Let's do that.
This basketball tournament thing
We're back.
is going to happen next
Thursday and Friday.
And I don't know if anyone else has ever done this in the history of basketball.
Nope, we're having a party.
But we're going to get together as a big group and we're going to watch.
That's right.
These first couple rounds
Well, actually,
of games.
you and I don't really get to watch anything. We have to do a show.
Well, we'll watch, then we'll do the show, and then we'll go back to watch.
We have to entertain the people.
Another thing, it might be the first of its kind. gonna drink during this. And maybe gamble.
Speak for yourself. I'm a professional.
It's insane. When's the last time we went to A&A and you didn't have a beverage on the air? Why are you going there? As you burp.
I don't know.
Yeah. We know what's going to happen.
I'm not drinking.
We're pioneers. It's never been done.
So we'll be at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook March 20th and 21st. That is next week, guys. Thursday and Friday.
First of its kind.
Make every buzzer beater, bracket buster, and Cinderella run mean more at A&A Sportsbook. How about that for a tagline? In other words, you can bet on the games.
Yeah.
All the local shows will be live. It's also brought to you by Coors Light and video only. See, now I have to have a Coors Light.
Exactly.
More
buy
info.
a TV.
And buy a big TV.
Yep.
I will say lately my TV has seemed very inadequate.
One of mine crapped out recently. I didn't like it. I could
me
use
too.
a new one.
I got a new one.
How big?
55, I think.
What are you, a communist?
Yeah.
55 inches.
Well, we don't need anything bigger than that.
Oh,
yeah, we have 58 because it perfectly fits the corner of our living room.
Is that what you told your wife? You don't need anything bigger than that? Because that's
baby, trust me, you don't need anything bigger than this.
Because lately I'm seeing all my friends that are buying big TVs, and now I go home and look at mine, and it just doesn't feel right.
You got keeping up with the Joneses syndrome. That's a trap.
Well, the big TVs are pretty nice.
You don't need it. No, they don't. What was I going to tell you? Oh, all the info. 1080thefan.com. But please join us, okay? It's going to be awesome. And we're going to do cool things and stuff.
And stuff. More importantly, we set up right on the other side of like the blackjack table. So,
And the craps
if you get bored with us, go play some dice.
All right. It is time. We've stalled enough for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Some NBA tonight as the Knickerbockers are in town. They take on your Portland Trailblazers. Don't even ask me who's playing because I don't care.
It feels like
I'm tired of listing who is and who isn't playing.
I believe only Brunson is out for the Knicks. And I think
you don't know this for sure.
I think Jeremy Grant is doubtful. So 4.5-point spread, which seems a bit low for a Blazer team that
Thibault might play.
Wait, Thibault's back?
Maybe. He's
Wait,
questionable.
now I'm falling into the trap. I don't care. Although I do love Matisse Thibault.
The NBA is all about who is or isn't playing. In fact, did you see the Jazz got rung up for $100+ grand?
No,
for sitting out Marketing.
Oh, that's going to kill them in the wallet.
He wasn't on the injury report?
Well, no, they're sitting him for non-injury reasons, and because he's a star player.
They don't care.
They're playing capture the flag, and they know it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it was like $100 grand. You really think that the billionaire owner of the Jazz is really sweating that $100 grand?
Now there is a good game tonight. Oklahoma City is playing in Boston.
Yes.
And at the end of the first quarter, Thunder lead 33-30. Most everyone's playing in that game except for Kristaps,
yes,
who is now sick.
Porzingis is out. Everyone else, I'm looking through the lineups, and yeah, it looks like it's full go.
Oh no, Williams is out for Jalen Williams is out for Oklahoma City. He got hurt the other night. So no, here we go again. Is there a full strength team in the league? Don't answer that.
Yeah, probably not.
Patrick Mahomes' deal with the Chiefs is worth nearly $500 million, but he has reworked it for a fourth time. He and Chris Jones' restructured deal saves Kansas City close to $50 million against the cap.
Yeah, this is one of those. Someone just asked a question about the salary cap and like, why do they do this? Why do they put years on the back, void years? Again, it's just to spread this out. You can manipulate the cap a million different ways. Eventually, it comes due. Like San Francisco's going through this right now. But when you have players that are on long-term deals, you can restructure those, convert things to bonuses to free up space now. It's just down the road. Eventually, that runs out. And when you get rid of those players, you end up with a gargantuan dead cap hit.
Joey Bosa to the Bills.
Yeah, everyone thought that the Niners thing was a done deal. He wanted to go play with his brother. But
he's kind of committed there, it sounded like, but the deal fell through.
But the Niners couldn't come anywhere close. Sound like they were in the 8-something range, and the Bills came through with 12. And the Bills have a chance to win a Super Bowl, and most people think the Niners are in a bit of a retool.
The Rams cut receiver Cooper Kupp as expected. He's free to sign elsewhere. Falcons say they're moving forward with Kirk Cousins as QB2. Steelers replace Najee Harris in the backfield with Eagles backup Kenneth Gainwell. Safety DeMar Hamlin back to the Bills for 1 year, and veteran wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins is going to the Ravens 1 year, worth up to $6 million.
Yeah. That would have been cool if this was 4 or 5 years ago, but it's not. But we love names, so there you go. Although Cooper Kupp, I still think in the right situation could
help somebody.
He'd be a nice piece. He's no longer a 1, but Cooper Kupp could be a solid 2.
Number two.
It is championship week in college basketball. We only had one ranked team playing today, and that was Iowa State, who beat Cincinnati in the Big 12 tournament 76-56. The Ducks get underway tomorrow. They play Indiana at 9 a.m. Set your alarm.
Right here on the Fan.
Right here on the Fan.
Dirt and Sprague.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then if they win, they'll play
Wait,
Friday.
no call? What am I going to do without my Colin?
Yeah.
And Jason McIntyre.
If they win, they'll be out on Friday as well. Same time.
Games in progress. Big 12, Baylor 50, Kansas State 34. Mississippi State in the SEC leads LSU 44-24. What else? You guys got any bets out there? North Carolina won by 20. They beat
Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
The Patriot League Championship is going on. Navy down 28-37 to American University. That's for a right to go to the tourney.
Colorado won. They only won 3 games in the Big 12 all year. They were 3-17.
They were ass.
They won again today, 67-60. They beat West Virginia.
Okay.
Texas beat Vanderbilt 79-72 in the SEC. Ohio State just lost to Iowa 77-70 in the Big Ten.
There's a couple like tonight, the Big Sky Championship, Montana, Northern Colorado for the right to go. I'm trying to look at others that are championships. Cal Poly, UC Davis. So there's a couple championship games later tonight.
And we have a pair of signings for your Seahawks today. Defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence gets 3 years, up to $42 million.
Yeah, by the
only
way,
18 of that guaranteed.
That's the only number you need to pay attention to. He's 32 years old. He's coming off an injury. This is what the Ravens always did. Plug a veteran guy in. He's not seeing $42 million. He's not going to be asked to play, every snap. And if he stays healthy, it's a really nice pickup for a Seattle defense. So don't pay attention. At $18 million, he's there for a year, possibly 2.
He'll be 33 in April. Yeah. Receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling replaces DK Metcalf 1 year, up to $5.5 million. He was with the Saints a year ago.
When you order DK Metcalf, but you order him off of Wish or Temu, you get Valdez-Scantling.
Is this decaf Metcalf?
This is yes.
Decaf Metcalf.
This is instant decaf Metcalf. Look, Metcalf's kind of a one-trick pony, and this is a much it's a worse version of it. But he can run in a straight line and get behind people, and occasionally you throw him the football and play action and see what happens. And they need receivers because they don't have any. In fact, 2 of their backups, they didn't even tender free agent contracts to. So they're going to need to add some warm bodies through the draft and through free agency to fill up the receiving core, and then hopefully they do something along the offensive line because they've done nothing this free agency period.
The Seahawks also lose cornerback Trey Brown, who signs with the hated and rival 49ers.
We also need warm bodies.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. The hardest franchises to be a fan of. Next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window
Oh, really big show here on a Wednesday. We like to talk sports here. I don't know if you guys do, but we do.
Sports.
And that's what we're doing with you.
Remember Sport Magazine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to get that.
Back when sports was sports, man. Not just football being football. Sports was sports.
Wasn't there like Sport Magazine and then there was also Inside Sport?
I just remember I used to get the Sporting News, which I liked because it was an actual newspaper.
Sports Illustrated.
And then, but I got Sport Magazine.
Yeah, but there was another one that was like Sport. I think, was it called Sports? There was Sports and Sport?
That I don't know. It's possible.
Well, Buckley forwarded this bracket. I don't know who did this, but they did the
either.
Hardest franchise to be a fan of bracket. Because, it's March. You have to do bracket.
Sure.
For everything.
Yeah.
And do you care to guess the Final Four? All major U.S.
pro
sports.
Well, I'm guessing that the Mariners have to be in there.
They're not even they're not even in the bracket.
Seriously?
Oh wait, no, they are. Sorry, they're down at the bottom.
They're the only Major League Baseball team to not have been to a World Series. Am I correct?
Yeah, they're down there. They lost, but they lose in the first round to Utah Hockey. I guess. I don't know.
Well,
they're saying because it's the same franchise that was Arizona. So pretty bad.
They couldn't even find a building. They got locked out of their own facilities.
There's a lot of those fans quantitatively, but it's been a pretty bad run for them.
So they finally moved the Coyotes.
Yeah, now they're doing fine.
So they're in Utah now?
Yeah, they're in Utah. Yeah. So that's yeah, I guess I didn't think of that. So let's go through. I'm trying to think of who else.
Well, I think the final two is exactly right. They nailed it. It's not that hard. I mean, there are two franchises that stand out.
Well,
for sure.
Above all others, because there's bad.
I think so.
There's bad franchises everywhere.
Well, yes, but there are two. I think they got the finals right.
Like the Cleveland Browns.
Yep, Browns are one of them.
They would be tough. And then I'm trying to think, what's the sport? Because
baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah.
Baseball, huh?
I mean, dude, come on.
A's.
Yes.
There you go.
Browns and A's.
Yeah.
And that is a great battle.
Yeah.
They chose the Browns as the winner of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough because Cleveland lost their team. The Cleveland Browns are actually the Baltimore Ravens, if you don't remember. This version of the Browns is not the original Browns. They're gone. So that team is actually good. So which is worse, the fact that the A's lost their team or the Browns who lost their team and then got back a crappier version of the original team?
But the Browns never won the Super Bowl?
No, they never won.
And the A's have never won.
The A's have won the World Series multiple times.
Oh, yeah, of course they did. With
they got 4 of them?
in the 70s.
Yeah.
They were huge.
And then they won the Battle of the
And
Bay.
they won the Battle of the Bay.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. They beat the Giants. That was Dave Stewart and all
I had
those
the Giants
bros.
winning that.
No.
In my head for some reason.
The Earthquake series, they lost that. So, yeah, I mean, I know the A's. And the A's, as crappy as they've been, the A's have put together competitive teams over the years.
So it's got to be the Browns. I think they're right.
But you're telling me that's worse than being like a Washington Wizards fan?
I was thinking about the Wizards.
The Wizards. Interesting that you mentioned that. They are in the Final Four.
See, I'm sitting here thinking, because to me, being a Hornets or like a Wizards fan is worse than being a Cleveland or the A's are bad. I mean, the A's are bad.
Well, they put the Hornets against the Wizards in the first round.
Really?
Yeah, very tough matchup. Very tough draw. Wizards won.
What about the Panthers? Carolina, that is.
I don't see them
the
on
Carolina Panthers? No, they've been to 2 Super Bowls.
Their ownership is awful. Their team is, they've been, but...
Luckily, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and they've had an MVP. What have the Washington Wizards had to watch? The Charlotte Hornets?
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, no. And this is my thing. I understand that being a Panthers fan can be a kick in the nuts, but no. You have had 2 Super Bowl runs and you had a decade plus of Cam Newton being good. Steve, you don't... No. They're not even in this equation. Far, far from it.
What about the Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah, see, the Hornets I'll listen to.
Again, the Hornets lost to the Wizards in the first round. Thank you for paying attention. The Blazers are on the list.
God, I love Buckley chiming in. It's the freaking best.
Ron, are you paying attention?
So the Final Four. Here, I'll give you the Final Four. The Final Four was Wizards, A's, and the A's beat the Wizards.
Okay.
and the Sabres were playing the Browns.
Now, I will tell you that I do believe that Buffalo, they might have broken it. For a long time, Buffalo was the longest playoff drought of any of the 4 major sports. And I don't know if they broke that a year or two ago, but the Sabres suck, continue to suck, and will always suck.
So they took on Cleveland in the other bracket, or the other side, and so then Cleveland beat the A's in the finals. Now, the Blazers are on the bracket.
No.
I don't really know why they're on there.
Stop it.
I mean, I know it's been a rough couple years, but
they made the playoffs like 23, 24 straight years.
They've been a pretty good franchise. Now, they just have the one title.
The one title.
And that was way back in the olden days. The Cowboys are on the list.
Oh.
They made it.
No.
Yeah.
See, this is all recency bias.
They made it against they played the Giants in the first round. Of course, Giants winning that. But the Blazers played.
Wait.
What?
The New York Football Giants?
Yeah.
The 2-time Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Eli Manning.
Yeah. A lot of people had a problem with that one.
A lot of these debates, though, are getting kicked around by people who are 25 and 30 years
you guys
old.
Are,
so
then this is like when Will Ortner debates something. You're a dumbass because you can only think of the last 10 years. The Giants were elite under Bill Parcells. I mean, they won 2 Super Bowls there, 2 Super Bowls with Eli Manning. They went to another one with Kerry Collins. Stop it. That's
you know who's not in the. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 32 teams.
Yeah.
Do you know who's not in the bracket? Is the Pirates. Not even in there.
Yeah. Why wouldn't Pittsburgh? Because Pittsburgh's done jack squat. Like but like putting the Giants or something in there would be like putting the Royals. If you eliminated like the last like that 8-year run there in the middle, sure. But the Royals went to 2 World Series, won one. You don't get to put the Kansas City Royals in the same category as being the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, some weird choices. But the Blazers played the Pelicans in the first round, which I found interesting.
Oh, come on. It's way worse to be a Pelican fan than it is a Blazer fan.
To me, not even close.
In fact, if you're doing NBA rankings, I would say being a Sacramento fan is worse than being a Blazer fan. Being a Pelican fan, being a Wizards fan, being a Hornets fan. I'm trying to think of what other NBA franchises that I think are worse off than being a Blazer fan.
The Kings lost to the Jazz in the first round, which is weird.
Yeah, I mean the Jazz have been rough. You had those years with Malone, but they didn't win anything. Same as Portland.
Yeah, Pelicans beat the Blazers.
What about a Brooklyn Nets fan?
Yeah, they're in here. They lose to the Pistons.
Okay.
First round matchup.
Yeah.
Pistons got a championship, though.
Pistons have 3 championships.
Well, and they got one in this millennium.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. These brackets are made for debate.
Yeah, again, this is just there's a lot of recency bias.
The
best bias that you could have, and this is if you want to put mine to the test that if you win titles, you don't get to bitch. Because outside of the 2 playoff runs, they are arguably the worst franchise in baseball this side of the A's, but they have 2 World Series.
The
Marlins. Like, to be a Marlins fan is really tough. One, your owner is a liar and a cheat, and he snookered the people of Miami out of like $4 billion.
He sold it.
$4 billion.
Didn't that guy sell?
Yeah, the new people are just as crooked. Like that whole thing with the building the stadium, it's one of like the great ripoffs of all time. They claimed poverty. They weren't poor.
Bruce Sherman is the owner of the Marlins.
And the Marlins have been the cheapest, just sons of bitches selling off talent, but twice they have made World Series runs and have won it. And then as soon as the World Series is over, they tear the thing down. It's like that is the ultimate. Like, if you're a fan of that team, you've had 2 unbelievable moments, and then the rest of it is just like atrocities. I don't know. Like, first off, are there Marlin fans? And if there are Marlin fans, how do they feel about their franchise?
That's a good question. Do you think it's worse to be a Blazers fan or a Mariners fan?
Boy, that's tough. Because
it's tougher to be a Mariners fan.
They've never done
the
it.
Blazers have had more years recently of being competitive and in the mix.
Yeah.
The Mariners have not.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And then if you wanted to go with like once great, there should be a separate category of if you're a longtime fan, what is the fan base that you had being great?
Cowboys.
The other one I would bring up is the Montreal Canadiens. Because the Canadians are the winningest team in professional sports. They have more titles than anybody. I think even more than the Yankees, if I'm not mistaken. Gold standard. They won their last one in 93, 92, last Canadian team, and have done jack-s ever since. Cowboys fall into this category where, I mean, you were royalty and now you're irrelevant.
Raiders,
certainly, yeah. Once proud organization, now jackass.
Cincinnati Reds are a little bit that way. They were like 3-time World Series champs and now totally fell apart.
Yep.
Yeah, they have the Bears playing the Raiders in the first round.
You know what? The
Bears winning.
The Bears is a sneaky good one because they had the one Super Bowl run with Rex Grossman, but other than that, like they've never had a quarterback, like ever. It's kind of unbelievable. If you got rid of that Super Bowl, the 86 Bears, 85 Bears, I guess, dude, the Bears have had like 40 years of just nothing. That's a sneaky bad place to be a fan.
So the bracket is hardest franchise to be a fan of. Browns winning over the A's in the finals. And your Blazers did make it, which I don't know, we kind of disagree with.
Yeah, I can't buy that.
Top 32 hardest franchise to be a fan of in the US.
And someone on the text line, and I want to believe this, but I need to do some research. They said the Marlins have only lost one playoff series ever.
So, like, if they get in, they win.
That makes sense.
They've been to the postseason 3 times.
That would stand to reason, yeah. 2 World Series and then...
Oh, my
then
God.
Lost the other one, yeah.
Look it up, bro.
Is there anything like that in the history of sports?
Pretty unique.
I mean, it would have to be younger franchises like that haven't been around for a while.
Huh. No, they've reached it. That can't be right because they've reached it 4 times. Said they've reached the postseason 4 times.
So they've lost 2 playoffs.
They've lost 2 playoff series. They're the only current team to have never made the postseason in consecutive seasons. They reached in 97, 2003, 2020, and 2023. That's kind of shocking still.
I'm scared to ask, but have you guys mentioned the Colorado Rockies, or that's already been kicked around?
That's at least you prefaced it.
Yes.
I don't think we did mention the Rockies.
No, we didn't.
But the Rockies are a good one because
they've won less than the Marlins. They came in the league at the same time.
Well, the A's take a lot of heat for baseball, just in general. I mean, the A's are just a joke.
Yeah.
So much so that it kind of takes some of the
pressure
shine and pressure off of the Rockies.
Yeah.
I have some friends in Denver, and boy, let me tell you something. The Rockies cannot be any more irrelevant.
Their ownership is
terrible.
Tragically
absolutely
a
terrible.
mess.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see how many they've made the playoff. 32 seasons. And so this is way worse than the Marlins. So 32 seasons, and they've made 5 playoff appearances.
And went to one World Series. And got swept.
Yes.
Wow.
So
I tell you what, the Rocks, that's almost A's level.
It's sneaky bad.
If somebody ripped the team out of Denver, then yeah.
And their uniforms are terrible.
But it's a cool stadium, and they get. Do they get pretty good? I mean, when I was there, but this was 25 years ago.
I think people like to go to the games because it's in a good area, and if the weather's nice. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, and that's the beauty of baseball. It's like people will go even if the team sucks sometimes, depending on the ballpark, and But every time I go, and I've been to a few games there. There's a lot of people.
Yeah,
it's a thing to do.
Yeah, I was there. The Rockies weren't any good when I lived in Denver, but I would go to games, and there was always good crowds. It's a great stadium. It's a great environment.
All right, up next is a segment titled "Bottom Line, Their Ass."
Bottom line, their ass.
Next on the Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Seahawks making a couple signings or coming to a couple agreements in free agency today. They will sign a veteran pass rusher DeMarcus Lawrence from the Dallas Cowboys to a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million guaranteed. They will also come to terms with receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling. The LA Rams release receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8th-year vet. Releasing Kupp will save the franchise $15 million against the cap. The Cowboys acquire defensive back Kyer Elam from the Buffalo Bills, sending a 5th and 6th-round pick back to Buffalo in return. In the association tonight, the Blazers are back in action, hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. DeAndre Ayton remains out. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Matisse Thybulle and Robert Williams are both questionable. Tip-off for that one at 7 o'clock. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. And 2 more automatic bids up for grabs tonight in college hoops. Right now, the Patriot League final going on, and it appears that American University will punch their ticket as the delegate out of the Patriot League. They've got a 56-38 lead over Navy with about 11 minutes to go. And coming up later tonight, the Big Sky final out in Boise between Montana and Northern Colorado. That one tips at 8:30 on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
And this is hit well to deep left. That is back, and that is gone. Wow. 5 straight home runs.
Wow.
For the Kansas Jayhawk.
Yeah, my Jayhawks we're a baseball school now.
Wow.
No longer a football school.
Wow.
Or a basketball school. Yeah, like, dude, they hit back to back to back to back to back home runs.
So many that you have to count them on your fingers.
That was the call of the 5th one, and the guy goes,
wow.
Wow.
I love that now.
And
That's
even
good.
the hell?
I want that to be my response to anything exciting now. Wow.
Who's leading the charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your summer at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchange.com.
What?
Is there a drain causing problems for you? Did you try fixing it yourself?
Swing and foul.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
It just works on so many levels.
This is a great drop. Sorry, Rick. Sorry about your little head.
He's fine now. He's got a helmet to protect.
Did it get you? Yeah.
So college basketball championship week is going on. And Ryan Buckley pointed this out to me today before the show, and I thought it was funny because I feel like in today's era of athlete,
where the era has become.
Yeah, you could say the era has become of athletes and sports figures hating the media so much they will say anything to discredit them.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, like they just hate the media.
Yeah. There's
and they think it's all fake news.
There's a real nasty. Well, the media just in general. What the amazing part is, like, if you're an idiot and you don't work for a major company, then you're considered credible and no matter what. But if you work for any sort of organization, you're just part of the deep state machine and you're a putz.
What an idiot. I mean, just stupid.
Yeah, so see if I can find it here.
Searching. Well, this is the problem is big media asses like you.
I can find it if you need it.
Where did you send that to me?
I DM'd it to you,
On the fan?
Yeah, I DM'd it to you. It's right there in your DMs. Right there in your DMs. Right there in Isaac E. Rock's DMs. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, I'm going to tee you up for it. So Virginia Tech lost last night in the ACC basketball tournament.
I'm guessing because they're playing right now in the tournament means they're one of the worst teams in the ACC.
Yeah, they lost to Cal. I think it was a double overtime game.
They did get to 2 OTs again. And let me tell you something. I watched Cal once this year, once. And let me tell you, that team sucks.
You mean the team that is the Cal Bears that has never lost an ACC tournament game?
That's right.
Those Cal Bears?
Yeah, I guess so. You're right.
Undefeated?
They are 1-0. Yeah. Cal sucks, and so that means Virginia Tech sucks. But I just thought this was funny because I think we're doing anything we can to it's like that whole bit we always do about any athlete will tell you that they have screw the haters. And like nobody ever believed in me, and
I kept receipts.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Virginia Tech was 13-19 on the year.
Yeah, the chip on the shoulder athlete and sports figure today, it's kind of nauseating. Well, yes, Virginia Tech sucked, and I'm going to tee up Ryan Buckley for what this kid said after they lost to Cal.
Yeah, so they do the thing where they trot the coach out there and a player, and they got him sitting at the podium, and one of the media members asks Tori Lawal of Virginia Tech, what are you proud of when reflecting on yourself and reflecting on your team? And his response is, quote, my team, I'm proud of how far we came. What did they have us in the preseason? Maybe 14th or 15th? They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but we weren't that bad. You know what I'm saying? We beat expectations.
Bottom line, they're ass.
Wow.
Yeah, so I thought that was funny because, one, it's just a funny quote.
Yeah,
it's like, we kind of were ass.
Yeah.
But also, he's kind of trying to blame the media
for not believing in them.
He's like, this is another level of the bit of everybody's against us. Yeah, they were against us. We didn't really even prove them right, but they were against us.
Yeah.
They were kind of right, but they weren't that right. Because we were mostly bad, but not like totally ass.
We were ass, but...
Yeah, so I'm looking to try to see where...
They were 15th.
They were 15th, so...
They were terrible. And the ACC's terrible.
You went 8-12 in the conference, and you're somehow proud that you weren't like Cal that was 6-14, but you just lost to Cal.
They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but we weren't that bad.
Yes, you were.
Boy.
They thought we were going to be ass. We weren't quite as much ass as they thought.
And this is my point. I truly believe that we've never been dumber. Like, I really, there's no more accountability. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, you can just be like, yeah, it's not true. You can just spin your own narrative. You were the definition of ass.
Sorry, they finished 13th. So technically he's right. They were picked 14th. And they finished 13th.
What?
So we were ass, but...
And you lost in the first round of the tournament. And you're like, yeah, we showed...
I mean, we were still ass, but,
We showed some people?
But still, they can't be picking us 15th.
Fake news.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Never happened.
I love it.
I've seen this a couple times now. Like, who was it? and even on good teams, like that Oregon team from 2 years ago with Bo Nix was good. But remember, Georgia beat them, was it 49-3?
Yeah, the first game. That was Lanning's first game.
Yeah, and then Bo Nix was like, well, you know what? I just like to see those guys again. I don't think it'd be 49.
I think it might be a little different.
It might be a little bit different this time. And they're like, well, the score kind of got away, but you lost 49-3. You can't do that. Well, if just one or two things went differently, and I'd sure like to 49-3. You just got to come out and be like, you know what? Hey,
I would just like to say that I saw Bro pick us to lose by 52, and we only lost by 49. So screw you, dude.
Yeah, it is fascinating the level of
They'll just go out of their way.
Denial. Yeah.
To just you picked us to be ass. Well, we were though, but whatever.
No one believed in me. No, they didn't, and for a good reason.
Yeah, because you suck.
You suck.
And so does your team. And you proved it.
I love that. That's a great. I would like to. Is there a clip in there? Like, can we get the audio?
Someone probably has it somewhere. I have not found it on internet, but because it was like a public post-game presser, it probably exists somewhere.
Because I would like I would like to get the
audio context.
The audio context of what we kind of were asked.
Well, in fairness to the kid, he was probably he wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
He probably didn't mean it the way I'm interpreting it.
I think he was just trying to say, I think we were better than people thought we were going to be, even if the record doesn't reflect it. But
well, he probably caught himself. He was probably getting ready to say that because he probably he was in it. So he probably feels like, we a couple overtimes, we fought hard at the end of the year or this or that. And then he realized as he's saying, oh yeah, we pretty much were ass, weren't we? In your eyes, we were.
Is that the hardest thing to do, to admit that you're just not good? Is that?
Hey, I'm good.
It's like, so sometimes I have that, like when I meet people that played too, there's always there's like a knee injury, or there's always like some political, my coaches were against me. Yeah, people ask
Fauci shut us down or we would have won it all.
Right? People ask me, they're like, hey, what happened? And my response is, I wasn't very good. What to tell you? Eventually you get to play against some dudes who are really good and you find out you're not that good.
Yeah, I don't know. Why didn't you become CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Well, I mean, I'm not Steve Jobs.
I just didn't have the opportunity. Probably would be though.
I'm like, I'm not smart enough. I'm not driven enough.
HR had it out for me, and
don't really have that sort of drive. I don't know.
I go back to Ted Haggart, my baseball coach when I was a kid.
Yeah,
he'd always pitch Andy, his kid.
Oh, I knew it.
And I could pitch.
Freaking Andy Haggart.
But freaking Andy Haggart would go out there and get shelled. I'd be stuck out in left field. Like, come on, Ted.
If you just would have put the lefty in.
I'd probably be with the Yankees right now.
I remember during the congressional steroid hearings, Joe Biden, all those years ago, he gave an impassioned. Is he
still alive?
Yeah, he was chastising like Rafael Palmeiro, and he's like, "It's people like you that took me out. I played baseball the right way." And he had that squinty thing about him, and he was like, "It's guys like you that kept me." And
as if Rafi not doing steroids would have made Joe a World Series champ.
Guys like that think that though.
Joe Biden's like, man, if I didn't have to play against you steroid mongers, I would have been out there playing third base for the Yankees. I know it. That sort of mentality is just, it's unbelievable.
Is he the next to go now that we've lost Jimmy? Right? Who's your money on? Clinton?
Clinton looks pretty rough.
Did we lose George H. already?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out.
And the other Bush,
George W. is getting up there.
Yeah, but he looks pretty good.
So we got George W. Clinton.
No, it's Biden.
Biden, Trump, or Obama.
Dude, it's Biden. If you're having a Deadpool.
It's not Obama.
No.
Is he still smoking darts?
Probably.
Yeah,
you got Trump, Obama, W, Clinton, Carter just died, and so now we got Biden. Yeah, it's 100% Biden. 100%. I mean, look, if a stiff breeze blows, that could be the end of him.
He's 82.
Yeah. You see, and that's the weird part is he's not that much older than Trump. But
Trump's 78.
Yeah. That might as well be the Grand Canyon when you look at those two. Yeah, Biden's gone. What's George?
G-Dub?
Yeah, what's G-Dub?
Your boy?
Because he actually looks pretty good. I've seen him on
78.
Yeah,
same as Trump.
Yeah.
Now watch this drive.
Because he was making the rounds a few years
was it
ago.
Confirmation hearings or something like that. He was popping around.
He's a painter now.
Oh.
He paints dogs.
He paints, he's painting like immigrants.
Bill Clinton's 78. They're all 78.
And he looks terrible.
And how old's Barry Obama?
He's probably in his 60s. I think they put Bill after the
63.
the Epstein thing. I think Bill's not allowed to come out anymore.
He was out there. He was at the inauguration.
Was he?
Yeah. So was GW. They were both there. Sitting there looking uninterested.
But if you notice for a while, like Bill was like the number one he was the number one paid speaker in the world. And he was like the big fundraiser of the Democratic Party. And then the whole Epstein thing, can we all just admit, and I liked Bill Clinton. My favorite presidential quote is from Bill Clinton. But look, Bill was on that airplane. I think Bill was on that airplane a lot. I think we can all admit that at this point. Therefore, everyone was like, hey, Bill, why don't you sit the next few plays out? We'll put you over there, and once in a while you can come out and smile and wave, but your days are done. I don't think anyone's paying Bill Clinton anymore to show up and speak.
Are we behind?
Probably.
Or are we ahead?
We are not.
Because I feel like breaking, but it doesn't. It's not time.
It is time to break.
Oh, it is. We're behind.
It's long overdue time to break.
Darn it! All right, Open Seggy next on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Big Ten tournament starts tomorrow morning, bright and early. Duckies, 9 a.m. tip, 8:30 pregame here on the Fan. Only favored by a deuce over the Hoosiers.
I have news for you. The Big Ten tournament has already started.
What do we got?
Well,
who's playing in it?
Ohio State.
Already? Oh, yeah, that's right. It did start today.
Lost to Iowa.
Yeah.
There's probably another game then.
Yeah, there's other play-ins going on, I suppose.
Idiot.
Well, the Ducks are playing tomorrow. It's the Ducks Report. That part's right.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX. At Mods PDX, we craft beautiful, sustainable, energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. Our modular approach means your project can be completed faster than traditional construction, and our team of uniquely qualified architectural and trade professionals have the expertise and experience to make your vision a reality. Visit us today at modspdx.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. I couldn't have been rooting harder for the Portland Trailblazers because I needed this idiotic NBA insider crap to stop.
I understand being jealous of an insider like me. It happens.
And you started off with a bang, and I was feeling like Xerxes in 300, watching my men get demolished by just a couple Spartans, and I'm just like, what has happened to me?
I watch this league. Why is he right?
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty. Victorico's breakfast tacos are the perfect way to start your day. Fresh eggs, savory meats, creamy chipotle sauce, and all the flavors you love. They're fast, delicious, and ready to go. Visit them in store or order online for takeout at victoricos.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Granger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every leaf filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leafilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection?
You don't bet golf like Buckley and I?
I do. I bet the majors, and I know the Players is the 5th major, but I haven't.
Yeah, this is a big tournament.
Yeah,
this is a big tournament.
Well, maybe I'll lay a sub up on my man Matsuyama.
I was going to say, in fact, people like your man Hideki this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Matsuyama ticket this week.
Plus 2,800?
That's what I got him at. He was down to 2,500 last I saw, but it depends on your book, I guess.
Scotty Scheffler, the favorite, plus 500.
Yeah, he's won it. I think he's won it 2 years in a row.
That's
hasn't
right.
he? Yeah, that guy. All that guy does is win
and get arrested.
All right. Well, the club is next. We have a pretty cool documentary that's coming out.
All right.
That you need to know about.
I love a good documentary, and it's been a while since I've seen one.
Well, people are talking about it. People are saying.
Can I say
You can.
people are saying, namely me, I'm kind of over the murder documentary.
What do you mean?
There's
too many of them.
There's too many of them, and they're not that interesting. And I don't know.
My wife watches a lot of those.
I've seen like the last 3 or 4 that I've watched.
They're hit or miss.
When's the last good one? Because I thought the Gabby Petito one was whatever.
Yeah.
It also feels like now we get so much information about these cases before the docs come out that like you're often not learning anything new.
Yeah, I need something more. Like I know eventually they'll probably do one on this Koberger douche.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
And maybe I might check that one out because I don't know a lot about that. But I'm telling you, the last couple and I see them all the time when I go on Netflix. There's just because I watch documentaries that they offer up. There's like 9 different murder docs right now, and I just skip by them. I'm like,
All right. Well, this one is about the biggest disinformation campaign in U.S. government history. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk. When you think of upgrading the outside
Left. That is back, and that is gone. Wow. 5 straight home runs.
Wow.
For the Kansas Jayhawk.
Wow.
Yeah, what gets you excited as a color guy if not 5 home runs in a row?
Might have missed your moment there, Chief.
Yeah. Wow. You thought you would go like Wolf of Wall Street? Like, I'm not going anywhere. Give me something. Or the Al Pacino. She's got a great ass.
And you got your head all the way up it.
My favorite part about that Al Pacino one is that was not in the script. And Hank Azaria's, Jesus, that was a real reaction.
Yeah, you can see his panicked face in real time, and he was not expecting it.
No one told Hank that he was about to get a great ass.
I love Hank Azaria.
He is. He's fantastic. Yeah, we were talking the other day about like role characters that you would want to be, like careers.
That's a good one.
Hank Azaria has a great career. Like, he's never been a star of much, but you know, he did Brockmire and he did some smaller stuff. He's in a bunch of movies. He does all the voices.
What about John Turturro?
Yeah, same sort of thing. John Turturro, great career. Just in a ton of stuff. Always a bit character, but everything he's in, he makes better. Love John Turturro. And did you know too that did you know how he got hooked up with Severance?
No.
I guess in real life he is best friends with Christopher Walken. And Christopher Walken.
Oh well, yeah, we talked about that.
Oh, is that where
we did the Wall Street Journal article on? They did an interview with Christopher Walken.
Yeah, they're like besties.
And he says he talks to him every day.
So that's where he's like, hey, I got a love interest, and come be my love interest.
They go to coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that article had that part in it, that Walken was the one who had invited him to the show, but it did have that he was, because they were talking to him because of Severance.
Yeah.
And, did you hear the Obama connection to Severance?
They tried, right?
They tried to get him to be the voice of the Lumen Industries building for season 2.
Really?
And that, like, I guess Ben Stiller got a hold of Obama's email and just fired one off quick and, like, thought he'd hear nothing. And then got a return back. It was like, hey, Ben, I actually love the show. I'm a little too busy right now. I can't really do it, but thanks for thinking of me.
By the way.
God, how cool would that be to get an email from Obama?
Yeah, Barry Obama. I'd also like to make a statement that I am
talk yes on the White Sox.
A sliver away from telling Severance to go pound sand.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This season sucks.
Well, listen, here's the thing about Severance. Severance is a good show. It's on Apple. We've talked about it many times here.
It was all the rage a couple weeks ago.
But look, so they did the first season, and they left the big dangling carrot out there.
Yeah.
They did not
address much.
And the first season was great.
It was great, and the ending was great. But they did not address the big storyline.
Yeah.
And without giving it away, it's just they're at this company called Lumen, and they're doing something in there, and they just keep dangling this carrot of trying to reveal what they're doing in there, but they won't freaking say it. So now we're almost to the end of season 2, and they still haven't said what they're doing down there. And it's getting frustrating.
Yeah. And
they need to move the story along.
And they're not. This is my biggest complaint with series is they don't have enough material, so they take a very small plot and they stretch it out, and
they do have enough material. They're not getting to it.
It is this last episode that they just ran.
That was the one where she was in Alaska, or she was up there at
wherever she was at, visiting her family.
Was that Alaska?
I don't know. I haven't
It doesn't
caught up.
say where it's at. That is the worst.
Why did I assume that was Alaska?
Yeah, I don't know. She would have driven there, and I'm guessing she didn't drive to Alaska. So
good point.
Yeah, I mean you can drive the Alcan Highway. I'm guessing they didn't. That was the worst episode for a show that I actually like, maybe in the history of television. And that's when I know Yellowstone did this, Ray Donovan did this, Ozark did it.
You were bent about Fargo doing this recently?
Fargo did this. You're like, look, we don't have anywhere to go. And
yes, they do.
But that's my point, is they won't, because if they do, then it ends.
Well, then end it.
Thank you. That's my point.
I mean,
Severance.
There is a big deal that they are, like, there's a whole nother show.
Yes.
Within that show, and they won't get to it.
Because they know that once they do, it probably ends, or it begins to end. And everyone does this where they're like, well, if we want to keep this going for 3 more seasons, we can't, we have to stretch it out. And it ends up being a pile of crap. Severance officially last week crossed over to it is a bad TV show right now. I could not.
I don't know about that.
I cannot recommend. If you were watching Severance for just season 2, you would have tuned out by now. On the Game of Thrones did this. Severance is living off of the first season hype, and then it went away for a while and the momentum. But more and more people are coming around to it. Like, this isn't good. This season sucks.
I'll tell you that redhead does it for me though.
Oh,
Heliar can get it.
Heliar. I don't know what her real name is.
I don't know either.
She's a hot.
Well, so's Gemma.
Yeah, Gemma's a hot.
I don't like the tone you just took towards Gemma.
She's all right.
Yeah, that's I think
She's all right. I got a new show that I'm kind of getting into that I think is pretty good.
By the way, Britt Lauer is her name.
Britt Lauer, okay. I haven't seen her in anything else, so this is my first foray into
I remember
Brit.
looking her up because I'm like, what has she been in? And it's like a lot of one-off TV episodes and stuff like that. So they kind of found someone that was not doing a lot.
Yeah, that's the first thing you do, by the way, when you watch a series is you're like, oh.
What do I know that person from?
What do I know that person for? Like,
No.
I do that. White Lotus, you do that. Anthony Michael Hall is in the new season of Jack Reacher, and you're like, holy hell, that's Anthony Michael Hall?
The new show that I'm into, and even my wife likes it, which is weird because she never likes anything that I like, is Paradise.
Haven't seen it.
You guys watch that yet?
Just premise, I have not seen it.
It's on Hulu. Good show.
Yeah.
Good little show. First season, so you're not missing much. I mean, you can go and
little show.
You can go and check it out, and you wouldn't have missed much.
Is it a tropical show?
No, it's a show that, without giving away too much, the world ends, and the U.S. government builds a sustainable society for 25,000 people, chosen people, under a mountain.
Oh.
And, yeah, so it's about how they go about.
So it's about the Mormons.
Well, not yet, but maybe.
All right.
I haven't seen that, and one that came in on the text line that I know my wife watches and likes is Silo. Have either of you guys watched Silo?
But I've heard of that.
I started Silo.
It's an Apple TV one, and I think similar-ish presence. It's basically a civilization that all went underground because they thought there was like an apocalypse situation, and now you have a choice whether you want to leave the bunker or not, but if you leave, you can't ever come back, and then no one really knows what's out there.
Interesting.
Yeah, I started it and I couldn't get into it.
Well, I need a new show because I'm getting ready to punt. The only reason I'm sticking around in Severance is the BTJ is insisting on watching it.
Well,
I'll see it through, but you should check out Paradise. I think you specifically might like it.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of everything.
I have a weird. You will stick through shows. I will not. If you have a crappy run, I don't know why I want this loyalty to no, that's right out with me.
Well, wouldn't that be the same as like staying in the theater to see the
Yeah, but this is why I like movies. I will not turn a movie off because I know that with a movie it's over in 90 minutes, right? But a show is asking me to stick around for an hour, week after week. And here's the thing about Severance too that sucks is they're doing the every week. I can't even binge through the crap. So I sat there for a week and waited for this episode. And I was like, dude, they better not make this a hunk of crap. And then they proceeded to turn out the biggest hunk of crap they've ever done. And now I have to wait another week to be disappointed again? No. Now, maybe if Severance had where I could binge watch it, I'm like, all right, that may have sucked, but let me power through and get to something. But they're not. They're stretching it out to the end, and it's getting to the point where I don't care anymore what the big secret is because the show sucks.
So there's a gal in Paradise. Her name is Julianne Nicholson. Do you know her or of her? She's an actress.
Julianne
Nicholson. Look her up. See if you know her. She's kind of my new Dame Julie Andrews.
You like what she's got going on?
I do. And she's not...
Well, you have a type.
Yeah.
And she's not a hot.
No, she's not particularly.
No.
But she's really good in the show.
I know her. What do I know her from?
I don't know what else she was in.
You like that? Something about some weird Midwestern.
Yeah, she just kind of...
Boy, your porn search must be something else.
Yeah, she's kind of... I don't know. She does it for me.
Yeah. She was in I, Tonya.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was she in I, Tonya?
Diane
Was she the mom?
Ralston? No, the mom was someone famous.
She was in Mayor of Easttown.
She was in Mayor of Easttown.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember her from.
Yeah, she's been in a bunch of stuff.
Kind of like her.
She was the grieving mom in Mayor of Easttown.
She does a really good job in Paradise. Good act. And she's kind of a power bitch in there, and so
that's what you like.
That makes me all hot.
Hey man, we
She's
all
a
have
grade A bitch.
We all have
Grade
weird,
A prime. I don't know. I just like her.
We all have weird types.
I think she's good.
Does Nurse Nice ever get on you for that?
Well, I didn't. She doesn't know that.
Oh, because like
now that I'm broadcasting it,
because we'll be watching something and I'll be like, oh yeah,
she was in Boardwalk Empire.
And BTJ will look at me and just be disgusted. She's like, really? But the thing is, if it's an actual hot, then she's like, oh yeah. She goes, yeah, she's way hot. But if it's someone that she deems,
so she has to agree.
She has to agree. Like, and sometimes there's just obvious hotness that she's like, yeah, everyone. Like if you're watching like Euphoria or whatever, and like Sydney Sweeney comes on, like obviously like something like that. But like if I were watching that show and I was like, oh yeah, who's this Julianne Nickerson gal?
Whoa.
She would look at me and just have just this layer of
She'd be like, what?
Yes.
That?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she views it
Seriously, that does it for you?
Well, I think she views it as a personal affront because if I'm attracted to her and then I'm attracted to that, I think somehow she thinks it's a judgment on her.
Then connects the two that I must look like that also,
Yes.
or something.
She gets very upset at me when
she's not.
When I like someone that isn't traditionally hot.
She's not. She's certainly not traditionally hot, but she's not ugly. I mean, she's just.
She's a little plain.
She's older. She is plain. She's got kind of the Karen haircut in the show.
Yeah.
But she's a badass, and she's a really good actress.
Like one that I because I have my gals that I love. Like one of mine is Anna Kendrick. Big fan of Anna Kendrick.
Who's that again? Do I know her?
Yeah, you absolutely know her.
Absolutely
she was
know
Pitch Perfect.
Anna.
She was the George Clooney Up in the
She
Air.
She's in a ton of stuff. And I find her to be just a little slice of American adorableness. She's great. She's apple pie with a slice of cheese on top.
Yeah, okay.
Emma Stone is probably mine.
And
I think Emma Stone.
And let me tell you, the BTJ none too happy that I have a thing for Anna Kendrick, which I don't know because if she's aware, but Anna Kendrick not interested in me.
How do you know?
Should
send her some tapes of the show.
Not gonna happen. But that pisses my gal off that I've got a thing for, and she's very snooty about it. Like recently, Anna Kendrick has come under some fire about potentially maybe being hard to work with, and boy, BTJ
always knew she was a bitch.
Loves to point it out. Yeah, I heard that Anna Kendrick's a real bitch. You're like, okay, what? Huh?
Grade A prime bitch.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the real matter at hand here. And it is the largest disinformation campaign in U.S. government history, and it is being outed in a new documentary that was at South by Southwest, and apparently people are a-talking. People are a-talking.
The editorial we.
People are saying. That's next on The Fan.
The best basketball party is
left it and you had that to where you could read what men think, we'd all be in jail.
Louis C.K. had a whole bit about that, and kind of went away when he got canceled, deleted from the internet and all that, because it was too depraved.
But it's the truth. You would not be able to have men in the office. It would be just one series of, oh my God, what is wrong with you? Huh? What's wrong with me is I'm a man, and men inherently are terrible creatures. Again,
I'm
some
a man. I'm 40.
just hide it better than others.
I was just going to play that drop.
I beat you to it, didn't I?
You did. I didn't have my quick draw.
A little quicker on the draw.
Just be a lot of, and she's got a great ass.
She got a great ass. And you got your head all the way up it.
So this premiered Sunday at South by Southwest. It is a groundbreaking documentary.
Is it groundbreaking?
Well, they say it is.
Broke ground?
They say it is, fellas.
It's like when you say he's a generational talent, there's 3 others just like him. Groundbreaking. What's groundbreaking about it?
It's called The Age of Disclosure. And people are talking, people are saying. It features interviews with 34 senior members of the U.S. legislative, military, and intelligence communities, revealing an 80-year cover-up of the existence of non-human intelligent life and a secret war amongst major nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin.
The aliens. Oh, so this is like, lately I've seen, I didn't know that this was the source of this, but I've seen articles popping up about the aliens lately.
Yeah. Well, they're talking more about it now.
Sure.
And in this documentary, they interviewed the guy who made it, and he's saying the reason they're different is that you've always had the speculation, the speculative docs.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, well, what about this? And look at this. But this is the first time you have all these people on camera talking about what they know.
So these are not, well, but
within what they can disclose.
Sure.
Some of them, well, as you know, you can only lawfully disclose so much.
Yeah.
But they get up right to that line, apparently. They break their silence.
Because, like, Bob Lazar is a guy that I've heard stuff on, and he was a guy that worked at, like, Area 51, and he's been talking about this stuff for years.
Yeah.
So is this a lot of,
well, I don't...
just a lot of these now together?
I don't know. It's possible that this movie would be something for people that know a lot about what's already out there. It may be a nothing burger to them. But to other people, it may be everything because they haven't heard anything that's out there. It probably just depends on where your start line is on that.
Sure.
It's called The Age of Disclosure, and the guy who did it is Dan Farah. He says, something I'm proud of with this film is that it's really not people sharing theories. It's people who have direct knowledge of the topic as a result of working for the U.S. government, sharing what they can lawfully disclose about what they know. And that is what I think separates this film from everything else that's been made.
I'm somewhat intrigued by this because I do find the alien thing to be interesting. I do believe that a lot of this stuff is real. But at the same time, I've heard plenty of people that have worked for the government come out and say, yeah. And in fact, in the last handful of years, I feel like this is happening more and more. And the government even seems to be kind of leaning towards more of, hey, we don't know what this is, and alluding that it may be something. So unless this... So is this just a group of gathering all of those people out there, or is this never before heard interviews?
Yeah, no, they're exclusive interviews. It's just that he is saying that the way this kind of came about was once one credible person speaks, then other credible people are willing to speak. Because you see a lot of these where you got one guy, like most of the time, at least, I don't watch a ton of these, but I've seen a few where it's just centered around one person with a theory and, they go down that rabbit hole.
Sure.
This is 34 people from the government, including Marco Rubio. He's in it.
Okay.
Because he's Secretary of State now, I think, or something like that.
What is Marco? He's something.
I think he's Secretary of State. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see. But people are talking.
People are talking. He's the Secretary of State.
People are saying.
I would be interested. So but this isn't available to stream anywhere. It's just South by Southwest.
Yeah, no, it's just now come out on South by Southwest, or at South by Southwest.
I'm intrigued. Yeah, I'm reading here because that does seem like eventually that dam is going to burst, I do think more and more people, I mean, like I said, recently we've had naval pilots come out and talk about this. The government is admitting that we don't 100% know what these things are. It feels like there's a wave of momentum. And I'm very interested to see, because I feel like in our society, nothing moves the needle anymore, and I mean nothing. So if tomorrow we come out and we produce a body and we produce a craft and we said, hey, we've had this since, 1946, what I really don't know if that moves the needle for people, or if we just collectively go, oh, and then we move on. Because I would think that from a religious standpoint, like that would be a game changer. But dude, the religious people move the goalposts better than any people on the planet. They're the masters of it. But if like we're, if we're Adam and Eve in this whole Earth thing, how do you explain Nanu? That looks nothing like us, that is way more advanced. How do you explain that away?
The great Mork and Mindy?
Yeah. Because recently people have said that we do have, I mean, that's the scuttlebutt, is that we have bodies.
We have a body.
Yeah, we got little beans.
So listen to this. They ask him, this is an interview, this is the guy who did the film. This is an interview with Entertainment Magazine. And they ask him, was there anything you uncovered that you thought was too sensitive to put in the movie? And he said, yes, 100%. There was a lot of footage from interviews that was extremely fascinating and by all means bombshell testimony that I ultimately felt was a bridge too far for your average person to wrap their heads around.
Now this is my thing. This is why this makes me feel like this is a pile of crap.
Leave that up to me, whether I can handle that information.
So your whole thing is
you held something back after doing all
this.
this.
You're making a documentary about people that are blowing the lid on the greatest conspiracy, and you have damning evidence that is so overwhelming.
Bombshell.
But you're like, I left it out of my film. That just...
He says maybe down the line there'll be an extended version or deleted scenes. And then they said, did you speak with anyone who claimed that we have communicated with non-human intelligence? And he says, yes.
See, why wouldn't that be in the film?
I don't understand.
I think he is saying that for these people to speak to him, he can't take it too far. Right? Because if he's speaking to a bunch of government officials, they're not going to let him take it all the way.
Well, then why disclose that to him at all? For him to sit on? Like, why would you even give that information?
I'm guessing they want... Because as Suk said, like if you've noticed, they've started to talk about this stuff now.
But now the filmmaker is the arbiter about what the public can handle.
No, I don't think he's an arbiter. I think he's a puppet. That's what I think.
Yeah, they're just...
I mean, filmmakers, he wants to tell all that stuff. He's probably told you can't.
So then just say, I was told, I heard some stuff, but I was told I can't say it, rather than, well, it's bombshell stuff, but I made the judgment.
Okay, but he also doesn't want to sound like he's being controlled. So he's in a tough...
Everything from, we were told that we were releasing the JFK docs, we were told that we were going to release the Epstein files, we were told that we were going to release all this stuff, and nothing ever happens.
Hey, what about Al Capone's vault, though?
Exactly.
Fort Knox, too.
So now I hear that there's this groundbreaking alien thing, and that he's got this shocking bombshells, but he can't put it in. This is, by the way, I'm releasing the evidence of fraud in 2 weeks, don't worry. Well, do you have it? Oh, I have overwhelming evidence. Can you see it? Well, hey, in due time. It's that same sort of crap.
So he says, I've been told by leaders in both political parties that they intend to use the film as a stepping stone to bring the truth out. They believe the film will become their most effective tool for educating the public and other elements of government on the truth because it does the job for them. As a filmmaker, it's really exciting to make a film that not only is interesting and informative to the public, but also can actually be helpful to people in a position of power within our government to bring more transparency to the public.
I was excited until I started hearing from this dude.
That makes me think he is a government, the government wanted him to do this.
Really? I don't know.
Otherwise, why would they speak?
This just makes it sound like this is a dude who's just trying to promote his project and try to make it sound a lot more important than it is. I don't know.
I bet you the U.S. government's like, well, how do we get some of this stuff out? Well, let's make a documentary film. We'll spill 10% of it, and that'll be the...
Really? So that's what we're taking a documentary that 7 people are going to watch at
it'll be out.
Southwest?
No, it'll be out. It'll be out. I guarantee you it's called The Age of Disclosure. I don't know how big it'll be because it seems like with every bit of alien news that comes out, people just go...
Yeah. And
meh.
And that's what I'm saying. I think we're getting to the point where you could literally roll out a little body. And half the people, by the way, are going to say that it's fake. Half the people are going to go, it doesn't prove anything. And then, it'll move on. Like nothing sticks anymore. Nothing.
Well, perhaps that's why they're doing it this way, is that they're realizing that nobody's paying attention, so we need to put it in the documentary. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll do a TikTok dance about it.
Yeah, there you go.
Get that out there. Just
what do you think about that, Buck?
Sure.
I am intrigued by this, but boy, there's a lot of warning signs that are being triggered in what that dude is talking about.
Why this Tennessee man is worried about his marriage. That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. In the NFL, the Seahawks acquired a veteran pass rusher today. They will sign longtime Dallas Cowboy DeMarcus Lawrence to a 3-year, $42 million deal with $18 million guaranteed. They're also acquiring wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who's had stints with both the Packers and the Chiefs. The Rams have released receiver Cooper Kupp after failing to trade the 8-year veteran. Releasing Kupp will save the Los Angeles Rams $15 million against the cap. The Cowboys acquired defensive back Kyer Elam from Buffalo Bills, sending a 5th and 6th round back to Buffalo in return. In the association tonight, the Blazers back in action hosting the New York Knicks at Moda Center. DeAndre Ayton remains out. Jeremy Grant is doubtful. Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle are both questionable. Tip-off is at 7. The Blazers are 4.5-point home dogs. And 2 more automatic bids up for grabs in college basketball tonight. Over in the Patriot League, American University has punched their ticket after beating Navy 74-52. And coming up at 8:30 tonight, the Big Sky Championship between Montana and Northern Colorado. That one will be at 8:30 over on ESPN2. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy from Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
No heat in your home? When's the last time you had maintenance done on your furnace? Three Mountains Home Services will come out to your home and tune up your furnace for only $59. The last thing you want is to be left in the cold without heat in your home. Annual preventative maintenance can help ensure your system keeps you warm all winter. Three Mountains Home Services has you covered. They've been helping Oregon homeowners for 24 years. Give Three Mountains Home Services a call for your $59 furnace tune-up. Call them at 503-714-6460 or schedule
Report away.
That the Boston Celtics have now attempted 59 three-pointers.
That does seem like a lot of three-pointers.
Tonight against the Thunder. The record for most three-point attempts in an NBA game ever is 70. There are still 6 minutes left.
So probably not going to get to 70, but...
Boy, I don't know.
Did the Rockets do that?
It was the Rockets.
Yeah. Remember, some of those James Harden teams, they just were coming down to the
Well, they
line.
famously missed 27 three-pointers in a row against the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals.
Hey, guys, shoot your way out of a slump, right?
Got to do it.
They are 19 of 59 for 32%.
Hey.
And they are losing to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
But if they just hit 2 more, they'd be tied.
Well, here's another one. There's 60 right there.
There's 60.
Air ball. Good There's 61.
61.
Oh, my
I
God.
traveled. There's shot clock violation.
Losers.
Well, they shot 60 and then attempted 61, but because it was an air ball, I think it was a shot clock violation.
Well, I only bring you this story for one reason, and it's to read you his quote. That's it.
Right.
Otherwise, it's a pretty mundane murder story.
But there's a great quote.
Well, this is in Tennessee, so picture. So there are 3 named people.
Sure.
And it's Tennessee.
Okay.
So I think you guys know.
We know where this is going.
What that means.
Yeah.
Right?
By 3 named people, you mean like a Bobby Joe and an Ellie Mae?
Yeah,
and stuff
Billie
like that?
Jean
Okay,
Floyd,
sure,
and
yeah.
you know. So Jonathan Belk is 41, is accused of killing Billie Jean Floyd Saturday afternoon after coming home and finding the teenager with his 31-year-old wife, Jada Goldston, who was also hospitalized with several stab wounds.
Okay. So the teenager was sleeping with the guy's wife.
Correct.
And my man comes home, doesn't like that someone's sleeping with his wife,
That's
let alone
correct.
a teenager.
Yes.
And kills him.
The body of Floyd, who had turned 18 just 3 days earlier, was found stuffed in a garbage can in his mistress's home. The cheating wife initially told police that a man had jumped on her boyfriend while they were in bed. And these people look exactly like you would think.
Yeah. So, and look, she was sleeping with a minor because obviously this...
He had just turned 18.
He just turned 18.
First time.
So she was, waited, like, hey, I want to have this torrid love affair with you, but I gotta wait. I gotta wait till you turn 18.
When cops arrived, they found Belk standing in his doorway covered in blood with cuts on his hands, and only then found out he was the caller's husband. His biggest concern, and this is where his quote comes in, his biggest concern appeared to be that the deadly attack might hurt his marriage.
Come again?
Not the fact that the wife was already sleeping with a just recent teenager.
He said, quote, "I'm worried about my relationship with my wife due to the fact that I offed him." End quote.
Well, I mean...
Probably a fair worry.
Yeah, well,
Don't you think?
She was in bed with him at the time, so I would assume that that's a fairly traumatic experience, knowing that the person that you were sleeping with had just got murdered, like while they were on top of you. Yeah, I would think that would put a damper on the relationship, just a scooch.
Well, the kid, he was known as Lil Bill.
Lil Bill.
Oh, Lil Bill.
He enjoyed hunting, fishing, four-wheelers, and working on everything.
And apparently also working on MILFs.
Yeah.
What was this dude's name again, the guy that killed him?
His name is Jonathan Belk, 41-year-old man.
And what's Lil Bill's real name?
Lil Bill, that was Billie Jean Floyd. And he...
Boy, I'll tell you what. You are so right about old
He looks like a
Jonathan
teen
Belk.
wrestler.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I see what she saw in the teenager. You know.
So you're saying you're attracted to Lil Bill?
Lil Bill. Lil Bill had it going on.
Lil Bill looks like Country
anymore.
Strong working out,
Yeah.
baling hay.
Yeah.
He sure does.
I do enjoy though that his concern, because in the mugshot he still has blood on his face. My guess is that's Little Bill's splattered blood. Don't you think they could clean that off?
Yeah.
Before the mugshot?
They could.
By the way, Lil Bill looks like Shorzy from Letterkenny.
That's a good call.
Right? Looks very, very similar. And the house, it's a trailer. Do you see the house?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, single wide. There's a...
Yeah, I mean, it's straight out of Ozark.
Yeah. There's a swing set in the front yard for some unknown reason.
Well, that's for the kids.
Yeah. Yeah. Are there kids?
That's for baby Billy.
Baby Billy. Man.
Yeah.
It's
tough.
It's an interesting part of the world right there.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
Can you imagine living there?
No. You ever encountered any?
Yes, I'm from Kansas.
No, I'm saying if in like your own life, have you ever encountered a family member, or whatever, or dealt with true poor white trash?
Yes. I'm from Kansas.
I said no if it touched your family.
Yes. Come on, man.
Because when you see it up close, it's
dude.
It's kind of shocking. It's kind of shocking.
Now here, I want you to think about this. It's all I knew for the longest time.
People managing Dairy Queens and.
Well, hey, now wait a minute.
Whoa.
That's my wife's family, and they're wonderful. It was in Monmouth.
Yeah.
But they're great.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about them.
Acid wash jeans involved.
Well, but everyone had acid wash jeans.
Some interesting people raising kids and no one sure who's the father of said kid. That's always a fun one.
Yeah.
But no one will actually take the time to find out. They just speculate about it.
All right, we got to run. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
I think we're at 62 three-pointers chucked up by the Celtics.
Yeah, sounds about right.
They're not going to get to the record.
No.
Only a minute 10 left.
Yeah, and they're out of it. So Boston doesn't have any. There's no reason to shoot anymore.
Yeah, they're down 10.
Yeah.
Peyton Pritchard, 1 of 8.
Yeah, they were not very good. They were 61. So they were 19 of 61.
Yeah, they'll launch one here.
Although two guys went 50%. Horford and Derek White both went 6 of 12, which is damn good.
Look at that, a measly 2.
Yeah, Oklahoma City gave up a meaningless 2. Disappointing.
Thunder look good.
Yeah, and yet no one will give Oklahoma City or Cleveland any chance.
Well, that's not true. It's just they want them. You got to prove it. Same thing with Jokic.
I think Cleveland's won like 18 in a row.
Before Denver won, nobody believed in Denver.
Yeah. Cleveland is on an absolute heater right now.
All right, what's everybody doing tonight?
Nothing.
What's going on at the Buckley household?
Good question. Probably. I mean, I'm probably gonna watch some more hoop, but I don't know. Not a lot tonight.
I have to pace myself because Friday night is the Kells is putting on the St. Patrick's Day Smoker, the boxing tournament.
Oh yeah.
And me and the Tullamore do guys. That's just I'm bracing myself. So this needs to be I gotta pace myself. And my liver needs to be prepared for what's going to happen Friday night.
No, it doesn't. The way to prepare it is drink. Lube it up.
This has become an annual just shock to my system come Friday. It's anything goes. And it's a great event. If you're in the market for something to do on Friday, if you can get a ticket, go down and check out the Kells Smoker. It's kick-ass. They fly in a bunch of boxers from Ireland and they fight the guys from the United States. And then we all gamble on it. We all drink too much. We all smoke cigars. And then we end up at Kells afterwards doing more of the same. It's a great freaking evening.
They got babysitting there?
Yeah, but you've got to get over this kid thing. This kid thing's really bringing down your opportunities to go have fun.
Buzzkill, isn't it?
Give him back.
Anytime I ask Buck if he wants to do anything,
shove him back up there.
It's followed up with, I got kids.
Too big.
Well, you can't shove him back up there, but you can give him away.
Give him back. Well, give him back to
give
who?
him to the government.
Don't you have grandparents that can watch him or something?
Yeah.
There's probably some sort of experiments they can do on him.
That's
experiments?
What?
Well, you know what I mean.
Why did you take it to there?
Well, I mean,
that
they
is
need
a
kids
dark,
for experiments.
dark place.
It's like that OHSU monkey commercial. You ever see those?
Why are you going there? Are they experimenting on monkeys?
Yeah.
Oh,
And they're telling OHSUcruelty.com or .org or whatever. The ads are playing right and left. Apparently, OHSU does a bunch of bad stuff to monkeys. I don't know.
My daughter's pre-med over at Portland State, and she's having to torture crickets right now, and it's nasty stuff.
Can crickets be tortured?
Yeah, they're like hooking them up, and then they're like cutting off limbs, and then checking the response, and it's
yeah.
I guess do they know that they're being tortured? Probably not.
I'm pretty sure it knows that its leg got cut off, and all the stimulus on it is shaking and freaking. Look at Buck!
Ow!
Oh!
Ow!
Oh!
I mean, they're crickets.
Yeah, they're crickets. They don't have.
I'm not going out of my way to hurt them, but if it helps us have scientific breakthroughs, a cricket leg here or there. Yeah.
All right, everybody have a great night. We're back tomorrow, 3/7 on Finger Night.